lâché. Et. C'est à lui, oh. Et. 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 Ah. Là. Tomasio. Desk. Et. Ah, Thomas, c'était chez moi. Pas réveillé. Et. C'est good. Et. Ça, c'est le MC. Et. Ah, j'ai fait un.
Test. C, et C, ouais, ok.
Thomas, tu peux essayer les tables, micro-tables, s'il te plaît, au moins une.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. C'est bon comme ça?
C'est good. Est-ce que. Comment ça s'appelle là? La traduction.
Qu'est-ce qui. Quentin? Ah, c'est bon, Quentin.
Quentin, tu peux essayer l'anglais? Traduction anglais? Ça, c'est le français. Là. Ok, good. Task.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Yorana, good morning. Nous allons débuter cette deuxième journée de conférence et nous allons la débuter directement avec notre session sur la pêche, secteur clé de l'économie durable. Alors, avant de laisser la parole à nos experts, je vais réaliser un panorama de la journée avec donc notre session 2 qui va débuter dans quelques minutes, où nous aurons le plaisir d'entendre Monsieur Peter Williams et Monsieur Vatea MOARII. Nous pourrons ensuite procéder, après la phase de questions et la phase d'intervention des parlements, à la signature de la déclaration de Taraho'i, avant de clôturer notre conférence. Nous déjeunerons ensemble à la résidence du Haut-Commissaire de la République en Polynésie française et on se retrouvera donc dans les jardins de l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française à partir de à 18h30.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yeah? Yeah, sorry.
À la clôture de la conférence. Alors, sans plus attendre, nous allons aborder notre...
So without further ado, we will now talk about fisheries, which is a key sector of our blue economy and sustainable economy. So fisheries is a very important major activity, but also necessary to achieve food security and the development of our economies. In order for this activity to go on, it must be equitable and reasoned in its management by being supported by a regional vision that is ambitious. And so about this, we have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Peter Williams, a scientific specialized in high seas fisheries, and his role is to assist member countries and also to assist the WCPFC organization. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Peter Williams.
Monsieur le Président, Madame Secrétaire Générale,
Mr. President,
distinguished members of the Assembly of French Polynesia, distinguished speakers, presidents, vice presidents of the parliaments of the Pacific Island countries and territories, distinguished colleagues from regional agencies in the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, Irana, bonjour, good morning. I'll be providing a brief presentation on fishing under the theme of key sector of the blue economy. So this presentation will cover three main areas. We'll initially look at the trends in tuna catches over time and what the current status of stocks for these tuna species, the main tuna species, are. A brief look at your fisheries, the opportunities and challenges, just one slide, and then several slides on the main topic selected for this particular presentation, a theme that's very much important to all of us, and that's the impacts of climate change on the tuna fishery. So just in way of brief context, I work for the Oceanic Fisheries Program within the Division of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Ecosystems of the SPC. And there are several other divisions within SPC that obviously work with your countries and with your respective departments. In the context of tuna fisheries, it's also very important to note that SPC, the Oceanic Fisheries Program, are the contracted science and data service providers to the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, which you're all members of. And this organisation is the main tuna fisheries management organisation in the region. We also have very close working relationships with other agencies, the Forum Fisheries Agency, the member countries, the Office of the Parties to the Nauru Agreement, and SPREP. So tuna fisheries are very important to your countries, and so the ongoing monitoring and assessment of tuna stocks are fundamental to the future sustainability of your important tuna resources. This slide shows the evolution of the total tuna catch, the trends in total tuna catch of the four main species, albacore, yellowfin, big eye and skipjack tuna in the western and central Pacific Ocean, and this is denoted by WCPO. In this slide, from the 1960s until the past year, which is 2018, where the catch of nearly 2.8 million metric tonnes was the second highest catch ever. In a regime where there was no tuna commission, no formal tuna commission to manage these fisheries, the catches increased steadily from the 50s and 60s over 5 decades until the establishment of the WCPFC in 2004. And this is a move to start member countries improving the fisheries, the management of these fisheries. Although I do note that the P&A, for example, was very important in establishing management measures, and I referred to the vessel day schemes, for example, that were fundamental in controlling the purse seine fishery over the past decade. In any event, particularly in the last 4 to 6 years, we feel that we're managing these fisheries we're more comfortable in managing these important fisheries. So just to give you an example of how we compare to other oceans, this is a slide with a graph showing a comparison of the total catch of the 4 main tuna species represented in the bars. There's yellowfin, skipjack, big eye and albacore for each of the main oceans in the world. So EPO is the Eastern Pacific, WPO is the Western Central Pacific, AO Atlantic, and IO is Indian Ocean. So the size of the bars represents the total catch, and the colours represent the status of each of those stocks. So green is there's not overfished and no overfishing is occurring, through to yellow overfished, and red is where we want to avoid, and this is where that particular stock in that ocean is overfished and overfishing is taking place. So in our waters, as we heard yesterday, we account for around about 55 to 60% of the total global catch, consistently well over half of the total catch. Interestingly, our stocks, compared to other oceans, are in a relatively healthy state. We're in the green. However, the assessments show that there is little scope to significantly increase the catches in our area. Representative data are needed to produce the best available scientific advice, which then results in informed management decisions. Stock assessments are the key to scientific advice for this fishery. What we refer to as the spawning biomass depletion obtained from the stock assessments is the key metric, a key measure that's used for denoting the stock status. So these 4 graphs show the trends in the spawning biomass depletion for the 4 main tuna species, albacore, big eye, yellowfin and skipjack. So if you can see that the dark blue lines, which are these here, they represent the median of estimates across a range of plausible stock assessment models, and the level of uncertainty are represented by the shaded line, blue line, the shading in blue. For management purposes, the WCPFC members have agreed on reference points. So these are indicators that give you an idea of where we stand. And these are important to gauge the status of stocks and to trigger action where required. And this action is related to the overall work around harvest strategy. So the limit reference point, and that's the red line shown in each of these graphs, is a level we should be avoiding. We don't want to get to that level. And that has been set by the Commission to be 20% of the unfished spawning biomass for each of these species. In contrast, the target reference point, the TRP, is where we should be aiming for. And the interim target reference point for skipjack, for example, where are we? Has been set at 50%, and just recently, at last year's Commission meeting for South Pacific albacore, we're at 56%. So while our tuna species are in relatively healthy condition, there are still some concerns about the status of some of the bycatch species. And for example, there was a recent assessment which was just presented at the WCPFC Scientific Committee meeting, which indicated that the stock of oceanic white-tip shark continues to be overfished, and overfishing is still occurring. And at this stage, there are no clear signs of the stock rebuilding as a result of some of the recent mitigation measures that have been implemented by the WCPFC and you as their members. But we hope to see some of those, some signs of that rebuilding in the coming years. So just a brief review of the challenges and opportunities in your fisheries. And we heard some of these yesterday. This is not just the tuna fisheries, but your fisheries in general. There are two boxes, the challenges on the left-hand side and the opportunities on the right-hand side. Some of these challenges you're probably aware of, some of them may not be relevant, some of them you may not be aware of. Some of the challenges include, I think the most important one, as far as you're concerned, is to ensure food security and livelihoods in your countries with respect to your fisheries. There needs to be a balance with conservation of your fisheries versus the sustainable exploitation while trying to avoid the risk of overfishing. IUU, we heard from Ambassador Thompson yesterday, this is still a very important problem. The cost of IUU is enormous. I think in our tuna fisheries it is significant, and it's something that we need to tackle in the future. We heard from the Director of SPREP yesterday on marine pollution. As far as fisheries is concerned, this is the marine pollution produced by fishing vessels. That is a particular problem. And responsible fishing. We've heard about concerns on drifting fad fishing and the impact that may have not only on the stocks but other aspects of your waters. And I mentioned the bycatch issues with the example of oceanic white-tip. However, there are opportunities, and there's a list there which give us some examples of the opportunities that present us. I think that from our perspective, the people that do the science, collect the data and do the science, I think that we've benefited from getting better data, which feeds into the science and allows you to make more informed decisions. And this, in particular, is related to being more confident in having a well-managed tuna fishery. There are also economic benefits, opportunities for economic benefits, and there's a list there that includes some of those. Licensing revenue is one where you may choose, depending on your circumstances, that licensing foreign fleets to come in your zone is an area that you might want to pursue in the short term, for example. Improved product handling. We had a visit to the port this morning where we saw some exceptional handling of the product post-catch. But what we mean here is that the whole process, so it's from the point of landing and the careful handling from then on. Better access to markets through certification. And we heard yesterday again from Ambassador Thompson about the need for innovation across the range of the fishing process. So the solutions will require action, and some of these actions are, first of all, understanding the issues at hand, the opportunities for more jobs in fisheries, the need for regional cooperation, prioritisation, and decisions on how you balance your coastal versus offshore resources. So I just wanted to have a few slides now on climate change and the impact on the tuna fishery. So the primary driver of climate change, as we heard yesterday, and we're well aware, is the increased greenhouse gas emissions mainly carbon dioxide. The major areas in concern, which were highlighted yesterday, are the ocean warming, sea level rise occurring much faster than previously forecast. The rate of Antarctic ice loss has tripled in the last decade. The ocean is now more acidic at any time in the past 2 million years. Ocean circulation is changing, affecting heat transport, and we heard about the oxygen depletion in the ocean and what effect that has. One of the things we do know about the fishery is that ENSO events, so this is El Nino and La Nina, does have an impact on the fishery. It does have an impact on where the biomass, particularly of the tropical tunas, are displaced from east to west. So superimposing these known ENSO events on a general warming trend will lead to a higher frequency of the big El Nino events, which we experienced recently in 2015 to 16. So SPC has recently coordinated some work to estimate the possible future impacts of climate change on the abundance of the key tuna stocks in the WCPFC area. And these graphs show an output from that work, which is the time trends of the estimated current biomass of skipjack at the top and yellowfin at the bottom to the current year, then future projections of unexploited biomass through to the end of the 21st century, 2100, under the most likely climate change scenario. And the uncertainty of those projections is shown in that pink shading. So what we see with these projections is that there's substantial declines in the predicted skipjack stock by the time we get to the end of the 21st century. So the estimates at this stage are a decline of 38%. There's more modest declines for the yellowfin stock to around about 18% by the end of the 21st century. Not shown here, but important to most of your countries, is what happens to South Pacific albacore tuna. So this stock, under these projections, is actually projected to increase, which is positive. But we do note that there is a very large uncertainty in these projections. But the take-home message is that the stocks should remain stable under the climate change scenario until about 2050. But by the end of the 21st century, 2100, we will see these declines. And just to give you an example, this is an example of maps showing the displacement of skipjack to the right and yellowfin to the left across the Pacific Ocean. So 2005 is at the top, 2050 is the middle, and 2100 is at the bottom. And you can see that the shading, which is the red, gives you the highest level of biomass, displaces to the east. And in particular for yellowfin, you can see a build-up right across to the eastern Pacific Ocean. And this is just another slide which gives you an estimate of the degree of eastward placement of the skipjack to the left and yellowfin biomasses under the most likely climate change scenario. So just to explain this map, if you can see the dark orange represents an estimated 30% plus decline in biomass by 2050, ranging through colours to the darker green, which represents a 30 plus increase in biomass. So as an example, these projections by 2050 suggest a 30 plus increase in skipjack biomass in French Polynesia waters by 2050, noting that these are estimates without considering fisheries impacts, but a 10 to 30% decline in skipjack biomass in Federated States of Micronesia. So, what can be done? I think the obvious answer is not only for fisheries, but for a number of reasons, and this is the only real mitigation option, is to urgently reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, there are other areas to consider. For fisheries, we need to ensure that we continue the good fisheries management, noting, and I think this is important, that the impact of fisheries on tuna stock is currently greater than the predicted climate change impacts. We also need to be adaptable to change, and we heard a bit about this yesterday in the interventions. And this covers a range of options, some are listed here: improved understanding of the likely impact on maritime boundaries, disaster risk management, food security, ozone-depleting substances. Having zone-based management that is flexible, ready to change based on how the conditions change and the fishery change. Also important is, given this eastward displacement, is ensuring your rights to the high seas fishing, noting that there will be these stocks which may increase in the eastern high seas areas, which border some of your countries. And finally, again, this is something of a personal interest, certainly for SPC in conducting the stock assessment work, is that it is fundamental to continue the investment in the data and science to ensure we can provide an early warning system for these and other changes and impacts. So just to wrap up with the key points of the presentation, our stocks of tuna are in a relatively healthy state, but the assessments are saying that there is unlikely to be any scope for significant increases of these catches. Climate change is happening and likely to impact your fisheries. Enhancing data and science for informed decision making is very important and will ensure that you can make the correct decisions in the future. And all of this is not possible without national, internal and regional cooperation, noting that adaptability is important to securing your fisheries. And I just take this opportunity also to remind you that SPC is one of your regional technical agencies, organisations, and to please don't hesitate to request any advice or assistance, and also please continue to direct our work. Maruru, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention, Monsieur
Thank you for
Williams.
this intervention,
Nous allons
Mr. Williams.
maintenant accueillir Monsieur Vatea
We'll now
MOARII.
welcome Mr. Vatea MOARII.
Alors, à la suite de différentes expériences en finance depuis ces 10 dernières années, Monsieur MOARII a décidé de rentrer en Polynésie pour intégrer son entreprise familiale spécialisée dans le secteur de la pêche. Il est aujourd'hui administrateur au cluster maritime de la Polynésie française et directeur financier d'un armement de pêche et d'une société de mariage polynésienne. Monsieur l'administrateur MOARII, merci et vous avez la parole.
Bonjour.
Good morning,
Juste
Will.
avant de
Let's
commencer,
speak
on a une petite
Vatea.
vidéo
Before
introductive pour ceux qui n'ont pas
we
pu
start,
participer ce
for
matin.
those who
Donc,
were
je
not
propose de
able
commencer avec la
to
vidéo
take
avant
part
de
of
passer sur
this
la
morning's
présentation.
visit,
Merci.
please watch this very short video.
Je suis Georges MOARII, je suis dans le secteur de la pêche depuis 32 ans et aujourd'hui je suis à la tête d'une flotte d'une dizaine de navires. Nous employons 53 personnes au total. Le Polynésien est habile de ses mains, particulièrement en mer. La longline est une pêche traditionnelle japonaise. Aujourd'hui nous pratiquons une déclinaison qui a été développée par les Américains, mais le principe reste le même. Ce sont des hameçons qui sont disposés à plus de 300 mètres de profondeur et qui capturent essentiellement des gros poissons. Les petits sont épargnés parce qu'ils vivent beaucoup plus à la surface. C'est une technique où le poisson est capturé individuellement à l'hameçon. Et le fait qu'il soit gardé vivant nous permet de produire une chair de très haute qualité, de qualité sashimi. Sur les 1 200 000 tonnes de thon qui sont pêchées dans le Pacifique Sud, en Polynésie, on ne pêche que 6 000 tonnes. Nous avons une pêcherie durable, une pêcherie qui tient compte de la ressource. Des scientifiques internationaux, dont le docteur David Itano, sont venus pour analyser un peu notre ressource et surtout notre façon de pêcher. Et ils en ont déduit une pêcherie responsable, une pêcherie bien gérée. Ces mêmes scientifiques ont estimé que la pêcherie pouvait être encore développée et que les objectifs fixés par le territoire étaient raisonnables. Nous sommes loin d'une pêcherie surexploitée.
Je m'appelle Warin François. Depuis 2012, j'ai pris la direction du Centre des métiers de la mer. La mission que le gouvernement de Polynésie française a octroyée au Centre des métiers de la mer, c'est la formation des jeunes maires. Formation prioritairement de nos pêcheurs. Les formations qui sont dispensées sont des formations de qualité. Et le Centre des métiers de la mer a mis toute son énergie de manière à former nos marins professionnels à la pêche et surtout à les préparer pour les nouvelles technologies dont seront dotées les nouvelles constructions de nos bateaux de pêche.
Je m'appelle Taraho'i, je suis capitaine du Lady Chris et je suis originaire des îles Marquises. Alors je suis sur un nouveau navire qui vient juste d'être construit. Par rapport à l'ancien bateau que j'avais, le Lady Chris 4, celui-là est nouveau mais il est plus confortable en stabilité. Et puis dans le matériel aussi présent, mais des nouveaux matériels qui m'aident encore plus à faire en sorte que je puisse trouver encore plus de poissons.
Je suis Taïwana John, je suis capitaine de l'Edi 6. Ça fait 10 ans que je suis à la pêche palangrière. Je viens des Tuamotu des îles. Si on est là, c'est pour un but précis, c'est pour la famille. On n'est pas là pour aller s'amuser. On ne laisse pas nos familles à terre pour aller au large et passer du temps pour rien. Mais après, quand ils ont compris que tu vas au large pas pour t'amuser, mais pour subvenir aux besoins de ta famille, donc ils ont compris le principe et ils te suivent, quoi. Et si derrière la motivation y est, donc ils te suivent. On prend 6 heures pour mettre la ligne à l'eau. 6 heures après, on a quoi, 3-4 heures de sieste. Et puis après, on remonte la ligne. Il faut au moins 12 heures pour remonter la ligne. La ligne, tout dépend de ce que tu vas cibler. Si c'est du thon blanc, c'est à 300, 350. Si c'est du thon rouge, 350, 400. C'est plus en profondeur que le thon rouge. La pêche à la palangre est plus sélective par rapport aux autres pêches parce que la pêche au filet, il ramasse tout, que ce soit dauphin, requin, les petits poissons. Et puis, on n'a pas de dauphins sur nos hameçons. Si on a des requins, on les relâche, parce que c'est interdit. Après, les petits poissons, on les relâche aussi. Si on ramasse tout aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qu'on va pêcher demain? Mais je pense que la mer a beaucoup à offrir. La mer aujourd'hui a beaucoup à offrir.
Il est reconnu qu'un emploi en mer crée 2 emplois à terre. Donc c'est 2 emplois qui sont créés dans différents domaines. Il y a la construction navale, l'entretien des bateaux, la réparation, mais il y a aussi la valorisation du poisson à terre, dans le sein des sociétés de mareyage. Il y a l'exportation du poisson. Il y a beaucoup de métiers qui se sont créés autour du développement de la pêche hauturière.
Merci.
Thank you.
Voilà, après cette petite vidéo introductive. Merci. Après cette petite vidéo introductive, je vais vous présenter
After
la mise
this
en place
introduction
et l'évolution
to
de
the
la
video,
pêche
I would
palangrière
like to
ici en
tell
Polynésie
you a
française.
bit about
Donc c'est en fait un
the
retour d'expérience
fisheries
que nous
sector
avons
in French
souhaité
Polynesia.
partager avec
This
vous
is
aujourd'hui
just
et on
about
remercie
sharing
cette
our
assemblée de nous
experiences.
permettre de le faire. Donc j'interviens dans le cadre du cluster maritime de Polynésie
I'm
française.
here by
Donc,
virtue of
rapidement,
my
le cluster maritime, c'est une
office in the
association qui
Maritime
regroupe, ici en
Cluster of French Polynesia.
plus
It's
de
a
80
non-profit
entreprises, 7
organization
partenaires institutionnels
which
et qui
encompasses
regroupe les
80
différents acteurs du maritime, de la
businesses and
plaisance
70
en passant par la
institutional
pêche,
partners.
le
And the
mareyage,
objective is to
l'aquaculture.
make this
Donc, tous
sustainable
les secteurs sont représentés,
blue economy
ce
the
qui
driving
permet,
force of
lors des
economic
sessions de
recovery
travail
in French
à travers le
Polynesia.
groupe de
All
synergie,
sectors are
d'aborder les
represented,
problématiques
which enable
sous différents
synergies
angles.
and to
L'objectif
tackle
du cluster, c'est
issues
de faire
from
de
different
l'économie bleue
perspectives.
durable un moteur
And
de
the
relance
very
économique
goal
en
is to make
Polynésie
the
française.
sustainable blue economy the driving force of economic
Donc, pour cela,
recovery
le cluster
of French
intervient
Polynesia.
à plusieurs niveaux,
To that
avec
end,
les
the
institutions
cluster is working in
travaillant
hand
avec
with
les parlements
institutions,
au niveau
with
local et
parliaments,
national,
locally
participe
and
au
nationally.
travers de forums et contribue
We
à
take
différents
part
rapports
into
pour
forums and
à
contribute
apporter des éclaircissements nécessaires sur
to
les
some
différentes problématiques de
law
l'économie bleue
reports and
avec les gouvernements
try
sur
to
le plan
give our
local et
input
national,
on
par
different
l'intégration
issues.
à des
And
comités de
nationally,
pilotage et
we
au
are
travers
also members of steering
de
committees,
rencontres
Amer-
régulières
and we have
avec
regular
différents
meetings
représentants
with
qui traitent de
various
l'économie bleue.
representatives
Et localement,
dealing with
le
blue
cluster
economy.
intervient également au
And
travers
locally,
du Conseil
we are
économique,
also
social et
sitting
environnemental et culturel,
in
qui est
the
une
Economic,
des
Social,
institutions,
Environmental and
de
Cultural
Polynésie.
Council, which is one of the institutions here in French Polynesia.
La pêche en Polynésie, pour commencer,
So
quelques
fishing
chiffres. Donc,
sector
66 tonniers en
here in
activité
French Polynesia, we have
en
66
2018,
tuna longliners in
350 personnes
2018,
employées en mer et environ le double, soit un peu plus de
350
700 personnes
fishermen that have
employées
been
à terre.
employed.
Tout
That
ça pour
is
environ
also
6300
tied up
tonnes
to
de
more than
poissons attrapés en
700
2018,
jobs on
sur
shore.
lesquels un peu moins de 1300
And
tonnes sont
there
valorisées à
was
l'export.
6,342
Aujourd'hui,
tons of fish caught in
l'exportation de
2018.
poissons au
That
départ de
is,
Polynésie
among that,
représente 10% des
1,289
exportations
tons
polynésiennes.
were exported. The first
Et,
client
avec,
country for
comme
exports
principal marché
is the
celui des
United
États-Unis, qui
States,
absorbe 95% des
which
exportations
is
issues de
taking up to
Polynésie.
95% of fish exports from French
Quelques points
Polynesia.
aussi particuliers, l'interdiction de la pêche
Some specific points
à la
to be
Seine
mentioned.
depuis 1997
Since
et
1997,
la
the
protection
purse
de
seine
la zone
fishing
qui est
has been
aujourd'hui un
banned,
sanctuaire marin, notamment pour les
and
mammifères
also
et plusieurs
100% of
espèces
our
emblématiques.
EZ is a emblematic marine species
Donc, dans les années 80-90,
area.
la Polynésie française accueillait
Sanctuary.
des flottilles de pêche étrangères
And the end
au
of
travers
fishing
d'accords de pêche,
agreements in
notamment la Corée
1980
du
to
Sud et le
1990,
Japon.
there were two
Mais très
distant
tôt,
water fishing nations,
la Polynésie a
fleets,
souhaité mettre en place
and
sa
working with
propre
Korea
flottille
and
locale.
Japan. And
Donc,
since
pour
then,
cela,
they try
on a
to
créé un fonds
we
d'investissement à la mer qui
created
était
an
alimenté
investment fund
par les fonds provenant de ces accords de pêche
financed
et
by
avec comme
funds
objectif
from
de
those
développer cette
agreements
flottille
with
locale.
fishing
Donc,
agreements with Korea and
plusieurs
Japan.
points pour démarrer
And
une flottille
several
locale.
points
Tout
have
d'abord, le
been
développement d'infrastructures à
highlighted.
terre,
So we
celle qu'on a
try to
visitée ce matin,
develop the
notamment au port de pêche.
infrastructure ashore.
La formation,
Secondly, we
aux
worked
techniques
on
de pêche,
trainings
notamment la
and
palangre
the
qui est la technique
techniques,
exploitée ici en
especially
Polynésie.
the longline fishing
Et
techniques,
par la suite, la mise
which
en
is
place
used here in French
d'une
Polynesia.
flottille locale.
And then
ayant
we
plusieurs
try
commandes de
to
navires.
implement
Ces commandes de
a
navires
local
ont
longline
suscité
fleet
un
through
certain
public
intérêt
aid.
auprès de chantiers. Et donc,
And we
on a eu
also
dès le
created
début des années
local
90
shipyards
la
in
création
partnership
de
with
plusieurs
French
chantiers navals
construction
locaux ici en Polynésie
sites
qui se sont
since
développés en partenariat
1990s.
avec des chantiers métropolitains. Donc ça a permis de développer
This
la construction
enabled
et
the
par la suite,
development
la
of
maintenance
construction
sur ces
and
navires.
maintenance activities.
Tout ça ayant conduit donc en
And
l'an
all of
2000 à la
these
sortie
has
définitive des accords
have
de
led
pêche et
us to
une
come to an
zone
end of
économique
fishing
exclusivement
agreements in the
réservée
year
aux
2000.
armements polynésiens. Rapidement, le port de pêche que vous avez
Very
visité ce
briefly,
matin,
the fishing
juste
port of
pour rappeler
Papeete
ici
that
que
you've visited
les
this morning.
infrastructures que vous avez vues, elles ont quand même
As
été
a
réalisées il y
reminder,
a
the
25 ans
infrastructure
et
that you visited
elles ont
this
été
morning
réalisées sur
has
une période de
been
10 ans.
built
Donc c'est pas quelque chose
25
qui s'est
years
fait du jour au
ago,
lendemain.
and it took
Ça
10
s'est fait
years
de
to
manière
build them.
progressive et
So
aujourd'hui
it's
ce sont
a
toujours les mêmes
progressive
installations qui
process
sont
and
utilisées.
not a
Le
one-time
coût approximatif est de
process.
l'ordre de 14,5 millions d'euros
So approximately
étalés voilà,
it cost
sur toute cette période.
14.54 million
Et,
of euros.
À l'époque aussi où ça a été construit.
Which is a lot. Even at the time it was
La
built.
pêcherie polynésienne s'est vraiment développée
The
dans le
fishing
courant des années
sector
2000
in French
et on a eu
Polynesia
un
really
projet assez
developed
important
itself
qui est
in the year
porté par la
2000.
Sainte Ravae. Donc en 2000,
Thanks
lorsque
to
la Polynésie
the
française
activity of
a souhaité
Taiti
mettre en place
Ravai
ce
as
programme
well.
ambitieux,
When they started
il
to
fallait développer la flottille,
implement this
mais
development program,
on a eu une
we
expérience qui était
needed
assez
to
mitigée,
develop our fleets, and
sur
we had
lesquelles on a
some
tiré
mixed
des enseignements.
success, some
Donc,
mixed
les points
results, and we
positifs
draw
quand même de
some
cette
lessons from that
expérience ont été
experience. The positive
l'acquisition d'un
points
savoir-faire
were
dans la technique de pêche à la
know-how
ballon,
that we acquired
les
in
techniques
long
qui
line
se sont
fishing.
affinées, la
And
mise en place d'un statut social
the
pour les
second
marins
positive
pêcheurs,
point, it was the creation of
et
a
le
social
développement du
status
marché
for
local
fishermen,
et l'exploration
and
des filières
thirdly, the
d'export.
development of local market
On ne peut pas
and
parler de succès complet
testing
puisqu'il y a
export
quand même
sector.
eu
But this
plusieurs
was not a full
difficultés dans
success
l'exploitation,
because we did
liées
face some
notamment à un rythme trop
challenges.
rapide de commande des navires.
The
43
pace
navires
of
en 3 ans,
ordering
ce qui
boats
représente quand même plus
was
de 200 personnes
way
qui
too
vont
high.
prendre la mer pendant cette période.
So
Et
43
donc des
vessels
personnes
ordered in 3
pas
years,
ou peu formées,
and
conduisant
people,
donc à des
the
performances
seafarers,
très
were
variées en fonction
only
des
few
armements.
of them were trained, and so with
Cette
mixed
période a
levels of
également permis
performance.
de mieux comprendre
And that
ce
time,
qui fonctionnait en termes de
and that
pêche en Polynésie
period of
et
time
révéler une
enable
inadéquation des
us
bateaux
to
congélateurs
identify
met
inadequacy
à opposer
between
une réussite
boats
de la filière de la
selection
pêche
and
fraîche.
ship owners' demand.
À l'issue de cette période de crise des années
At the end
2000,
of that crisis
on a pu
period of
désormais
time,
stabiliser l'activité
we
grâce
managed to
notamment à un marché
stabilize the
local qui
activity
était
thanks to the local
fort
market,
et continu,
which was
qui absorbe
strong
jusqu'à
and
80%
ongoing,
de la production
and
locale et qui a permis
80%
de
of the
réellement
local production
stabiliser
is being
l'activité des
absorbed
différentes sociétés.
by the local market.
Désormais que cette santé financière a été rétablie,
And now
on
that
peut-
we
on peut
have
entrevoir-
this
on a pu entrevoir dès le
healthy
début des années 2010
financial state
une croissance à
in
plus long terme,
19
et ça s'est fait notamment
at
au
the
travers
beginning of
de
the year
l'adoption d'une
2018,
stratégie long terme
we
avec un schéma directeur
implemented
qui cette
a
fois a été réalisé en
strategy
concertation
with
avec les
a
professionnels.
master plan
On peut pour
in
cela saluer
cooperation
l'implication
with some
forte de la Polynésie
professionals.
française pour
And
soutenir
I would
le
like to
démarrage,
salute here the
au
partnership
travers
of
de
the
différents
French
dispositifs d'aide
Polynesia
à
government
l'investissement,
through
mais
subsidized
également au fonctionnement
and
avec des aides
tax
concernant le gasoil,
laws
le fret, les devises.
for investments
Donc,
and
des points qui étaient
operating
importants pour
subsidized
rétablir la santé
with
financière des
diesel,
sociétés
freight currency,
et
and
qui n'ont pas
HACCP
forcément
plans.
vocation à être pérennisés dans le temps, mais qui au moins ont
And
permis de sortir
these
de
subsidies
cette
are
période difficile.
not
Tout cela a
meant
permis
to
d'assainir
last
aussi les
forever,
situations
but
et
it did help us a lot
retrouver une certaine
during that
crédibilité,
time.
notamment auprès de
And
la
we
métropole,
recover some
ce qui a permis un
credibility
retour
towards France,
des aides à
and this
l'investissement
helped
au niveau
us
national.
to benefit from new French national investments.
L'export comme
aid.
nouveau relais de croissance,
Export
donc, le
as a
développement
new
des
growth
connexions
driver.
aériennes régulières a
And
été,
fresh
propice aux
fish
exportations de
exports
concentrés.
benefited from
Et,
regular
donc,
air
c'est ce qui a permis
connections,
aujourd'hui de
and
clairement
this
entrevoir de nouvelles
enabled
perspectives pour la
to
filière pêche ici en Polynésie.
foresee new perspectives
En
in the
parallèle de
fishing
ça,
sector
la
here in
pêcherie a
French
été
Polynesia.
certifiée MSC,
And
donc Marine
simultaneously,
Stewardship
in
Council, qui est
2018,
un écolabel et qui
there
permet
is
de
an
véhiculer,
eco-certification Marine
les bonnes
Stewardship
pratiques,
Council that
jusqu'aux
we
consommateurs.
benefited
Donc
and
la
we won
certification a été obtenue pour 2 espèces,
for
le
2 species,
thon germain,
the
albacore,
albacore
et le thon nageoire jaune, le yellowfin.
and the yellowfin
Tout
tuna.
cela avec comme objectif vraiment d'atteindre des segments
All
plus
these
rémunérateurs,
have
qui
as
sont accessibles
goals
désormais
to have
dans certains
more
cas uniquement au
supports
travers de ces labels.
and to get
L'objectif
more
par la suite étant ensuite d'élargir également les
lucrative
destinations.
segments thanks to this reputed certification,
Rapidement ici, ce qu'on
and
peut
to
voir
expand
sur ce graphique
destinations.
des exportations
Here,
au départ de
what you can
Polynésie,
see is
c'est
that
donc le début des
the
années 2000
exports at the
avec
beginning of the year
une
2000,
exportation importante en termes de
a
volume.
lot of expectation
Mais
in terms
avec,
of
des
volume,
valeurs,
but
relativement
in terms
moyennes,
of value,
donc,
it's
qui
quite
marque vraiment,
average.
une exportation de poissons congelés.
So we were
Et, dans une
exporting
période
some
de crise l'année
frozen
2000, avec
fish,
une reprise du
and
secteur
then
qui
after
désormais
the
a une
beginning,
meilleure valeur. Et donc on
the
voit
beginning of the
ici,
last
que
decade,
pour des
we
volumes
started to
exportés
increase
beaucoup moins
with
importants,
less
qu'à l'époque,
volume
on
of
a des valeurs
exports,
relativement similaires.
but the
Donc, en l'espace
values
de
of
15 ans,
export is
on a
pretty
eu,
much
plus d'un
similar.
doublement de la valeur du
So
poisson
in
exporté.
10
Ce
to
qui,
15
voilà,
years,
permet
we
de
doubled the
voir
value.
également la transition qui s'est opérée, entre une
And
pêcherie
this
congelée et une
testifies
pêcherie fraîche.
the transition
L'objectif
between
aujourd'hui, c'est
the
vraiment de donner,
frozen
la meilleure
fish
valeur
into
possible aux poissons qui
fresh fish.
partent de Polynésie.
And the objective is to give the best value to
Les
the fish
objectifs,
that is living in
de
French
développement de la
Polynesia.
filière, doubler la production
The
sur 10 ans,
objectives
passer de
is
6
to
à 12 000
double
tonnes.
the production, to go from
Tout cela avec
6,000
donc
tons
l'arrivée
to
en flotte
12,000
de
tons
nouveaux
per
navires,
year,
mais cette fois de manière
thanks to
progressive
new
pour laisser le temps aux
vessels,
personnes de se former,
and
notamment
will
pour les
leave
capitaines.
the tuna some
Élargir
time
également la
to
superficie
grow,
exploitée par la flottille et
and
éviter
also
un
to
effet de
expand
concentration sur
the
certaines zones de pêche.
surface of
Et enfin,
fishing and working
continuer
surface,
d'investir sur les infrastructures à terre
and also
pour
to
accompagner la
develop
croissance
more
de l'activité pêche.
investments for appropriate handling equipment
Pour cela,
and for
la
the
stratégie
fishing
mise en
sector.
œuvre,
And to that end, the
point de vue
strategy
public,
implemented,
en 4 points. Donc, tout d'abord, la gestion
there
de
are
la flotte.
4
Il
things.
faut
First,
concilier
we
croissance et
will try to
exploitation
balance
durable
growth
des
and
ressources.
sustainable
Et pour
use
cela,
of
il faut
resources.
également avoir une maîtrise sur l'effort de
And
pêche,
to that end, we need
au travers de
to
stratégies
optimize the fishing
d'élargissement,
effort
mais
by
également au
supporting
travers
expansion strategies
d'un rythme que l'on doit
and with some pace
réaliser de
and
manière à ce qu'il
rhythm
soit adapté
that needs to be
notre capacité en termes
adapted
de formation.
to the capacity
D'un point
that
de
we
vue
have in terms of
économique,
training.
l'objectif
Second
recherché
point,
est toujours de
economic
densifier
levers.
la chaîne de valeur,
So to
au profit du
densify the
pays.
value
Et donc,
chain
les
for the
mesures,
benefit of the
de
country,
soutien, ont
and to
désormais
provide some
vocation à
measures to
soutenir
support the
non pas que la filière pêche,
ecosystems
mais également tout
around
l'écosystème qui se
fishing,
crée,
not only
autour de la
fishing,
filière
but
pêche.
also the ecosystems around it.
D'un point de vue formation,
In terms of
créer des
training,
cursus
we
de
would like to
formation
create
qui sont
some
adaptés
training
et orientés,
curriculums
vers les métiers de la mer
that will be
et,
adapted and
permettre aux jeunes de,
leaning towards
choisir ce type de filière
marine
déjà,
sector,
assez rapidement.
so that
Et enfin,
youngsters will choose those
d'un
sectors
point de vue
to work
pilotage
in them
public,
quite quickly.
l'objectif aujourd'hui,
And
c'est
to
de
conclude,
renforcer le suivi de la filière,
the
afin
idea
d'adapter
also
les
is to
mécanismes de
strengthen
soutien. Et
monitoring
donc,
of
ce qui
sector
n'est plus nécessaire,
and adapt support
peut être supprimé.
mechanisms.
Pour certains ont déjà été supprimés. Et
Some
d'autres,
things have
qui
been
relèvent du
deleted
nouveau
and
défi de demain,
suppressed already,
peuvent être
but
mis
in
en
the
place.
future, new system will be
Merci,
implemented.
Mamoulou, merci de votre attention.
So thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Moari. Alors, nous allons basculer comme hier à la phase de questions. Nous avons un petit peu plus de temps aujourd'hui.
So now we are heading towards questions. We have a bit more time than yesterday, but just like yesterday, we will start maybe with a question from the internet for our experts.
Plutôt les holoturies, mais qui peut
This
être
is
généralisé
more
à tout secteur.
about the
Je cite,
holoturies.
certains pays édictent des réglementations
sea
visant à une
cucumbers.
gestion durable des
Some
ressources marines
countries
de nature
are
très
adopting some
restrictive
laws,
et non
but very
responsabilisante.
restrictive laws,
Or, les
without
pêcheurs, de plus en plus
considering
conscients
the
des
responsibilities
enjeux,
of
gèrent déjà
fishermen.
de manière durable
But
les
some
ressources qu'ils
fishermen
exploitent.
are already managing
N'est-il pas possible
in a
d'améliorer
sustainable
et de
way the
conserver
resources
tout en
they
continuant à
have.
exploiter de manière
Isn't
durable
it possible
dans
to
l'intérêt de cela,
improve
dans l'intérêt de la
those
communauté des
legislation
pêcheurs?
for the interest
Voilà,
of
la
the
parole est aux experts
everyone's
s'ils veulent bien répondre
best
à
interest?
cette question.
Thank you for the question, and I'll attempt to answer it, acknowledging that I'm not a sea cucumber expert. We are certainly aware of the issues with sea cucumber. I think if I could compare it to the tuna fisheries, for example, tuna fisheries which are highly migratory and need regional management, regional research management, I think sea cucumbers certainly are something that it depends, I think, on each country to establish the legislation and the rules on trying to manage that. I think what we're hearing from a regional agency is that we probably need to do more. We need to do more on providing some advice back to you so that you can manage these fisheries. And I think that probably does extend to not only to as far as the science, but also on implementing management around these fisheries. Unfortunately, I can't offer more than that at this stage, but it's certainly something, again, I reiterate that, you know, we are there for you, and we're open to any request for direction on our work, which can help you in managing your resources.
Merci. Très bien, j'ouvre
Thank you.
la parole.
Now I'll give the floor to any representatives.
Désire poser des questions.
Is there
Si on a
someone
plusieurs
who
intervenants.
wants to
Oui, Monsieur Sack.
ask the question?
Thank you for opportunity. This morning we visited the fish facility at the port, and so this question is for Mr. Vatea MOARII. Is that correct? Anyway, this facility is, I know, is taking care of the Tahiti area. But what about the Bora Bora, which is predominantly a tourist area? Who do they have facilities there? That's a question number one. And number two, when you export the fish to United States, do you give them all the grade A and B and C and the rest remains, or how do you distinguish what grades will go to your export and what grades will be here, depending on your demands?
Okay, thank you for your question. I try to answer in English. So, concerning the different areas of fishing, we have some debates going right now about the fishing zones and the fact that for the moment all the tuna longliners need to stay further from the coast. So this is the first thing. Then, of course, the different places of fishing depends on the migrations. So usually the people won't go fishing around these islands, and there are more suited areas for catching fish than going near these other islands. It really depends on the captains. It really depends on the ship owners. But of course, we have something to treat about having some zones reserved for tourism, others for fishing, and this is something we are working on. Concerning the exports, we consider that the needs of our local market are already met. And having some fish going on the export helps having a healthy local market and prevent from having too high price or lower price. So having some fish going outside helps having a balanced local market on the first place. And then concerning the grades depend on the quality of the fish, but also the size. So we have good quality fish on the local markets, depending on the size. But everything can be available locally. And what is available locally here is on really good quality in the first place, but also maybe twice cheaper than on the developed market like the US or Europe. So it is something very accessible for the local people, but on the other hand, we try to have our best value out of every fish going out from French Polynesia.
Très bien, merci. Alors, on va prendre les
Thank
deux
you.
questions
There are two other
successivement.
questions, maybe
Mr. Boulanka.
successively.
Pulanauka, sorry.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunities for letting us come and just have a look at your setup in the port. What I'm interested in is if you can elaborate on the assistances given to local entrepreneurs, particularly in fishing, by government, particularly financially. Thank you.
Très bien, on va prendre la deuxième question.
Yorana Tatu Faridi Reit Imana, Tavana Makemo, Mayor of Makemo, représentant de l'Assemblée. Je suis ravi, Excellence, représentant des îles du Pacifique, que nous puissions nous rencontrer aujourd'hui dans un débat très important. Ce jour, c'est la pêche. Comme vous le savez très bien, que la Polynésie française, sur sa superficie maritime, représente aujourd'hui 5 millions de kilomètres carrés, ce qui représente la force de la France dans le Pacifique avec ses 5 millions de kilomètres. La pêche, nous l'avons rappelé tantôt, c'est la première ressource
Fishing is the first resources of our islands. We are a people and you are a marine people.
Je le parle en
We all know
conséquence de
that.
cause.
And knowing
Je
that,
suis dans un atoll,
I am
petit
myself
island,
in a small
qui
islet
regroupe plusieurs communes.
that
Dans ma
encompasses
commune, soit
various
11 îles
municipalities
que je préside.
and which
La
total
ressource
11
marine
islands and
actuelle,
islets. And I'm the president of
nous le
the
rappelons par nos propos,
marine
c'est de le
resources and
préserver.
remind that to everyone that we
Allons
need
jusqu'au
to
bout de
preserve
notre idée
that.
de
But
préserver.
going to the end of the
Pas plus tard
logic
que
of
2016,
this
les dirigeants
preservation
du
logic,
Pacifique
in
ont mis en place une
2016, the
fiche
leaders of
de
the
route
Pacific
régionale.
has set up
Je
a
salue-
regional roadmap,
Je
which
salue
I
l'initiative de ces
salute,
dirigeants.
which initiative I do
Particulièrement, nous le
salute.
savons que en matière
In particular,
de
regarding
contribution de la
the
pêche dans nos
contribution
eaux, cela
to
représente
fisheries in our
0,2 à 14%
waters,
de nos PUB,
it's
de nos PIB.
representing
de nos îles insulaires.
0.2%
Aujourd'hui,
of
en
our
matière de pêche
GDP.
hauturière, c'est une question simple parce
In
qu'après on
terms
va aller
of offshore
peut-être des questions étape par
fishing, this
étape.
is a very simple
Que nous
question,
soyons
and maybe later we'll go
de
a
la vision que nous
higher
souhaitons.
high level of questions, but
Le
about the
politique,
vision that we want to have
la
for
fiche de route
fishing
mise en place
fisheries, the
par nos
policies
dirigeants,
and the
c'est
roadmap
que
implemented
la
by our
pêche
leaders
hauturière
is that the
puisse
offshore
atteindre d'ici
fishing
2024 soit
is to
40 000
reach the
tonnes
goal of 40,000
poissons, de
tons
thon dans nos
of
pêches.
tunas and fish
Je
by
voudrais poser la question peut-être aux
2040.
scientifiques.
So maybe to some
Comment
scientists who are here,
atteindre
the question
ces objectifs?
is how could we
Si oui, nous
reach
pourrions
these
atteindre,
goals?
quels seront nos
Is-
objectifs
If
pour pouvoir atteindre?
this is not possible, what
Il en
will be our
découle
goals
de
and
votre
objectives?
exposition, monsieur le rapporteur, avant
And
monsieur
from
Moari,
your
quand on
report
parle de pêche, il en découle
and
également
the
des
first
conséquences
presentation, when you deal with
derrière.
fishing, there's some
Conséquences
outcomes and consequences also,
conséquences climatiques.
environmentally
Comment
speaking,
pourrions-nous,
and
avec des
climatic
objectifs mis en place par cette fiche de route
consequences,
jusqu'en
with these
2024,
goals in
pallier
by 2024, how can we
cet objectif d'atteindre 40 000 tonnes et
reconcile this
respecter
goal to reach
l'équilibre
40,000
de tout ce qui
tons
ensuit, à
and
savoir
at the same
les
time
problématiques
respect
environnementales.
the
Voilà
balance
simplement
in terms
une des
of
premières
environment?
questions qui interpelle le maire de
So
Makemo,
this is
représentant à
one
l'Assemblée
question from the mayor of Makemo, from the Tuamotu archipelago.
Merci beaucoup pour ces deux questions.
Thank you very
Je
much
vais
for these
laisser
couple
nos
questions.
experts
I'm
répondre
going to let our
à ces deux
experts
questions dans l'ordre
answer
qu'ils désirent.
in the way in the order they want.
Okay. Hi. So first I answer the first question, and I'll let Mr. Peter answer the second question. So I think you asked questions about the subsidies here that help financing the investment. So at first we have subsidies which are on the tax cuts. So we have the government that grant some companies tax cuts for investing in the projects. So it's not a direct subsidy, it's actually a tax cut allowed by the government for investing in the projects. So there are some eligible projects, fishing is part of them, and that lets the local government aim for the different sector it wants to subsidy indirectly, actually. Concerning the operating subsidies, they are part of the cost for operating a boat or helped by the government. And yes, this cost some money, but it was for us necessary during the crisis time to preserve the fishing industry and help the companies stabilize before they can be autonomous again. Okay. And last thing, we have also subsidies that function the same time, same as the local one, but coming from French nation, and that works like a tax cut also. Thank you.
Thank you for the second question, which is a very, very good question. I guess one of the things that we probably need to realise is what fisheries, this target of 40,000 tonnes. I think is this just the long line fishery, or is it including the artisanal fisheries as well, and what species? One of the things that we do know, I think one of the things that you would like to know, and I think this is the case for other countries, is how much can we increase our fisheries? It's a general question. One of the things that we have been requested to do at SPC in the past is to try and estimate what the local biomass is and what would be the impact of increasing that fishing. And this is a common request, and I would probably advise that this is one thing that you could request of SPC. It's not I can't give a simple response now, because it would require specific analyses based on what your goals are and various scenarios as to how you wanted to catch that amount. What we do know is that we do have a very good understanding of what's happening around your waters, particularly to the northeast and northeast, and there is considerable amount of fishing in the high seas outside your area. So there could be scope for increasing, but what that amount is something else. We also do acknowledge that because it's they're regional stocks, there does need to be some regional cooperation and regional management. So that certainly needs to be taken into account in embarking on some of these things. So there's a number of things there, but I think certainly from an initial point of view, you could request the SPC to look at it from some simple questions and then go from there. I hope that helps answers that question.
Merci beaucoup. Alors nous allons prendre une deuxième série de questions. Monsieur Verger, ensuite Monsieur Ketty et Madame Vandegou, et ensuite Monsieur Marino. Monsieur Verger, je vous en prie.
Merci de me permettre de poser une question. Nous sommes
Thank you.
nous-mêmes, et je le dirai tout à l'heure, puisque J'ai la chance de pouvoir intervenir
I'm lucky enough to
la thématique pêche.
be able to speak about fisheries. We understood that the sector has experienced some highs and lows here in the French Polynesia. It was very clear on the presentation. Thank you very much. And thanks to the contribution from the government locally and also from France. And now we are talking about the sustainable development and sustainable development for everyone. And fish is between maybe the kg of meat and the frozen chicken coming from Brazil. And so it's in between those two things. So today, health-wise, the Tahitian, the one that buys to eat, and today you were intelligent enough to keep the added values, and you're exporting on valuable, invaluable quality fish. But there's the Polynesian benefit from this export sector in terms of prices, and we understood that it was the beginning, the first stages of this development plan. And this is what has been presented to us this morning, but the perception of the Tahitian, the inhabitant here, is a part of the values of the sustainable development. And thus the cost and price of tuna per kg decreasing, or is it going up? Because we do have the same issue in Wallis and Futuna. Second question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I believe and I think that we have saying back home in Samoa that pictures speaks millions than words. Your presentation, my question goes to Mr. Vatea MOARII. Your presentation started off with the small video, and the way I look at it, that means a lot. Before you speak, I would like to acknowledge the advance and the new technology that the fishing here in your country has, and that witnessed this morning when we visited the site. Fisheries in our country is the fourth resources in terms of income of our exports. Our challenge is back home is the lack of expertise. That is in terms of training of our local captains to identify where the different areas of the oceans where they can catch fish. But looking at the short video that you've shown us, it talks of millions. So with your constructive and informed presentation, that I think to ask you a question, you mentioned something like a training center, that you train your local people with that knowledge, to gain those advanced knowledge. That is a challenge to our local fishermen. And my question is there chances or opportunities offered to other Pacific participants to participate in this advanced technology and the knowledge and the expertise, not only with fisheries, but the building of the new vessels you mentioned in current professional standard in terms of fishing industries. So that's my question. What are the opportunities, seeing the fact that we are gathered here today as leaders from the Pacific Islands, Parliament of the Pacific Islands? Is there an opportunity we can work together and have opportunities for our fishermen to attend such training? Because we do have training about different captains, like other vessels, but I'm talking specifically specifically in terms of fishing vessels. I think that's why our fishing in our country becomes the fourth, because we want to bring it forward. Because the oceans and what inside there that's us. So my question is, are there any opportunity that we can work together in the package, please? Thank you.
Merci. Nous allons basculer à la troisième question. Madame Ordegou.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. J'aurais une question pour Monsieur Williams. Suite au réchauffement climatique et également à la présence de particules de plastique dans l'océan, est-ce qu'il est possible de prédire la détérioration, s'il y a, du produit, et est-ce qu'il est prédictible? Merci beaucoup.
Is it, my question is about the plastic contaminants. Is there a way to, the presence in its ocean, is there a way to mitigate that?
It's a wonderful timing coming down south, coming from the north, to be part of such a wonderful gathering here, learning about what have happened, what's been going on here down south in terms of sustainable managing the natural resources of our ocean. If you may be aware, up in the north, there is an arrangement called the Nauru, the party to the Nauru Agreement, PNA, which the countries in the north are trying to manage sustainably all our tuna stocks. But we deployed, there are several types of fishing activity that have been deployed, the longliner, the prosainie, and the artisanal fishing activities. Well, recently, my country, the Republic of Palau, decided to close 80% of our exclusive economic zone to preserve it from fishing and prohibit fishing and all sort of extraction from the 80%. But being at the port this morning brings me a different light. Watching what have gone on there, and I realized that there's so much economic in what we have in our blue ocean that could help our communities. Now it gives me a little question whether is the approach we've taken up north any better than what have been done down south. But here is my question. In terms of the approach that Palau have taken, and I think SPC may be able to answer that, by closing off 80% of our EEZ, would there be any spillover that would affect the other areas that are open? You know, the spillover effect is what I'm asking. You know, similar to what we do on the reef shore areas where spillover are much more expected to, you know, for fishermen to be gained from. And secondly, the fishing activity that have going on here, and I'm sure it's been going on for quite some time, is there a data that we can see that will give us some idea of the sustainability of the tuna stock versus the extraction rate? That might kind of, you know, give us some understanding of whether what the type of activities, especially the longliner, because if I'm not mistaken, prosaining is not allowed here in French Polynesia. So the longliner would be the best, and I think that's the best method of fishing activity. But is there any data that we can see where it can give us an idea of sustainable fish stock over time by applying the kind of fishing method? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ces 4 questions très intéressantes et multiples auxquelles nos experts vont pouvoir répondre. Alors, comme vous le savez, j'ai la tâche ingrate de contrôler le temps.
These 4 questions, and I'm the one controlling the time, so now I'm going to give the floor to our experts to answer the questions.
À la suite de ces réponses. Merci.
Donc, pour répondre à votre question, Monsieur Verger.
In order to answer your question, Mr. Verger, regarding the access to fish for local communities, various points here. We have had several stages that have succeeded until recently, and the various governments established what we call a first necessity product. So a regulation that actually sets fixed price for some products, such as albacore tuna, for instance, which actually enable to keep some prices very low and to restrict the margins of some private companies on certain products. The price remains can fluctuate because these are migratory stocks and you have seasonal effects. During the high seasons, so the prices go down, and during the low season, the prices increase. But we try to actually contain the margins of the various go-betweens in the chain of supply. Today, the albacore tuna has been removed from this restrictive list, and because the market is now more mature and we manage to have a more balanced situation, and so there's a kind of self-regulatory phenomenon occurring for this market. But the main point is about restricting the price per kilo. It's very cheap compared to similar products or even lower quality products in other markets, in foreign countries, where it's something like 1/3 to 1/2 of the price that of fish seen on external markets.
Mr. Ketty, thank you for your intervention. So, I'm not sure I can be the one who can answer your question, but of course the idea for us is to share. So this is the meaning of the presentation, to share our experience, and also to invite you to come with us on the formation, on the construction. So these are different for the construction companies. So private companies. So I know for the moment that they have construction for the next 2 years, most of them. But of course, working with the region is something that all of us are looking in the future. And concerning the trainings, we have already something existing right now, but I know for sure that the government is doing something to make it even bigger and more important for here. And I think that sharing this experience with all our neighbors is something profitable for everyone. So I'm not into the project of training, but I'm pretty sure it is something we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you. Why I raised, Mr. Chairperson, may I have one more sentence, please? Why I said this, because this week the Samoa is hosting the Forum for Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. So your answer today, I will text it to him today so he can say it in front of all the ministers in the Pacific Island. They're having a conference this week about all these issues. I think this is one issue to our particular island, Samoa, is the training of our captains, especially with the fishing vessel. But once again, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll respond to the other two questions. I'll attempt to. Thank you very much for the questions. In regards to, if I understood the question correctly, plastics and the mitigation of plastics in the ocean, I think we heard from the Director of SPREP, Dr. Latu, yesterday about the issues around plastics and what we need to do, and I think it's very important. There's obviously plastics coming from the land, outflows, carrying out plastics, and that's an issue that's beyond fisheries. I think that that's obviously something that needs to be done in the countries themselves with some of the good work that we've already heard yesterday. As far as, but there also is marine pollution from the vessels themselves, and I should note that the WCPFC have agreed to an initial conservation management measure on marine pollution, which requires vessels to not to throw over certain products, which includes rubbish and plastics. Unfortunately, it currently falls short of some of the main areas. I don't think it's covering oil discharges or other things, but that's an area where we still need to work under the commission, within the commission, to try and strengthen that particular conservation and management measure. But I hope that responds to your question.
It was rather regarding the quality of the fish in itself, the quality and the impact of plastic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I didn't think that translation came through. Okay, yeah. So SPC has also been involved in. So we're talking about microplastics in the fish, I think. Yes. Okay. So SPC has been involved in a study which has looked at the concentration of microplastics in the fish. And that study does provide advice, certainly on the levels of fish that can be consumed to safely not accumulate microplastics ourselves. So I think I'd probably refer to that study. I don't have the outcomes here, but certainly one of the things that the study produced is that there are areas where fish have a higher concentration of microplastics, which is quite interesting. So I think it's something that there's further work to be conducted. But again, it's one of the areas that we are looking at. Yes, so the question from the delegate from Palau, yes, and this is again another very interesting question, and I do congratulate you on the decisions made in closing off your zone. As far as the evaluation of what the impact of that is, that's a complex analysis. I think from a scientific perspective, I mean, to do the evaluation properly, we'd need to evaluate the before and after, but also, and you did mention this, and this is what the impacts would be for neighbouring EEZs. I think that certainly you would imagine that there would be positive impacts to the resources in the neighbouring EEZs. But quantifying that would be difficult. I think that would require a study of looking at the before and after. Sorry. Yeah.
I think it was. I was just trying to get a general idea whether is there such a thing as spillover with migratory species kind of fish, because that happens. I know that's on a station like a reef fish. Because they're pretty much stationary, yeah, you can really see the spillover effects. But in terms of migratory fish is what I'm trying to get a sense of it. Thank you.
Okay, yes, certainly. As far as tuna is concerned, of course, they're highly migratory. They don't recognise man-made boundaries. There is, through our tuna tagging studies, we are aware that there are resident populations of tuna. So there would be a resident stock of tuna. You would expect part of the stock to be resident in Palau waters, but part of the stock at any one point that's in Palau waters would also be moving outside. So exactly what that is, quantifying that is difficult. Again, we can attempt to estimate that, but it's a bit of both.
Thank you. that's all I really need to hear from you, because there was a recent study that was just reported from out of our research center in Palau, Palau International Coral Reef Center. They have expanded their research study beyond the reef because of our recent law putting in 80% of our EEZ to be in a conservation area. And they came out with such a same study, same information, where there are fish that are stationary, basically hanging around the island. So it gives me a little sense of, relaxation, because we're not conserving it for the sake of others, but we're also conserving it for the benefits of the local community. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, juste avant la phase parlementaire,
Just
j'avais
before
oublié
we go
quelqu'un,
on
donc on va
to
en profiter
the
pour faire
Parliament's interventions,
deux
I had
questions,
forgotten someone, so we'll have
finales,
two
avant
final
de
questions
basculer. Donc, Monsieur
before we
Broderson
move on. Mr.
et
Brotherson,
donc, Monsieur
and
pour les deux dernières questions, Monsieur
for the
Broderson, vous avez
last two questions.
Maruru Raimana, thank you, Excellencies. I have a quick question pertaining to two issues often understated when it comes to fisheries. The first one regards the drifting fishing aggregating devices. While we are all trying to do the right thing, there are some big sharks in the ocean that don't really care about laws, and they use this kind of devices. So I would like to hear about the extent of the use of those drifting fishing aggregating devices in our neighboring countries. That's the first question. And the second question is about the fodder fish that is being pillaged all over the Pacific to feed aquaculture installations all over the world. So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Nathan, please.
Thank you very much to the gentlemen for very informative deliberation this morning. My question is with regards to the tuna here at Tahiti. What you saw this morning is very healthy harvest, but the question that comes to my mind is what happens to the byproduct. At the moment, I know that 40% of that is a byproduct of tuna, and that is currently, you don't use it. So is the government or the fisheries industries here has any plan to utilize it? Maybe make some feed out of it, pet food or whatever. Thank you.
Merci, je vous en prie.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions, and again, very good questions, and very topical issues of concern to other countries. Drifting fads, and this is discussed at length at the WCPFC meetings. At the moment, we know that there's, in the Western Central Pacific, there's estimates of over 40,000 of them at any one point. I think last year there was some comments or concerns, this year there was some comments concerned about last year's purseine catch from drifting fads. It was the highest for a number of years. And I think that, and then of course there are attempts within the Commission to try and curtail or manage these fisheries by having a closure. So there's a 4-month drifting fad or fad closure in the purseine fishery every year. And so the Commission, I guess, members at this stage are trying to balance the needs of having a purseine fishery, where obviously drifting fads are an advantage, but also trying to mitigate any potential harm with drifting fads. Drifting fads, as far as the tuna species are concerned, the concern is that they're catching juvenile big-eye tuna. And up until recent assessments, big-eye tuna was not in a good state. It wasn't in the green, as we saw earlier. That has improved, although I think Commission members in general are still concerned about increasing the catches and the use of fads. And that's why they continue to have this measure related to drifting fads, the closure months. One of the things I have learned through conversations is the drifting fads coming into French Polynesian waters. I think that's something that I've certainly heard more of in the last couple of days, and I understand that's a problem for yourselves. Second question related to bycatch. Yes, I guess this is something again which is probably beyond my area of expertise, but it's something that should be noted. Utilisation. I guess under the Commission, under the WCPFC, we have there are regulations that require that certain shark species are released, discarded. But these other products, this is something, and how that utilisation occurs is something I don't think it's really been tackled or discussed enough at this stage. So unfortunately, I can't offer you more than that. So I hope I have answered those questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais maintenant laisser la
Thank you. I will now
l'Assemblée
leave the
de la
floor
Polynésie
to
française,
the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Mr. Moari wanted to intervene.
Just to answer the second question about the transformation industry here on land. We don't have like industrial can factory or like this, but we can still process the fish, different cuts, loins, cubes, sashimi, even prepared meals that can be either fresh like this, vacuum packed to make it last longer. So for the moment, it is something that is still in development. And concerning the other products like pet foods, this is definitely one of the upcoming challenge. We have some waste, and this waste are still proteins, and we can use them. We can use them and have having like some value of all the waste. And this is something we are working on right now. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous passons donc à la phase des interventions des parlements.
Move on to the Parliament's interventions, and I'll leave the floor to the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Mr. Gaston Thompson. Thank you. First, I would like to acknowledge the work of our keynote speakers and thank them. Mr. Peter Williams and Vatea MOARII for the quality and the high level of their presentations, which aroused some passion in the audience. And we will now move on to the heads of delegations, presidents of parliament, speakers of parliaments, assemblies who enlightened us with their specific experiences, points of view in the islands they represent. I will start with our president of the Fiji Parliament, Ratu Epeli Noila Tikau. Would you please, you now have the floor, please, sir.
Honorable President of the Assembly of French Polynesia, honorable speakers, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. On the 1st June 2019, the government of Fiji amended the Offshore Fisheries Management Regulations of 2014 and introduced seasonal bans of species of sea cucumbers, gropers, and coral trout. This reflected the growing public concern for the health and sustainability of Fiji's inshore fisheries, the ongoing success of Fiji's For Fiji 4FJ public awareness campaign, and the commitment and vision of Fiji's Ministry of Fisheries. The purpose of the Offshore Fisheries Management Act of 2014, which applied to all Fiji fisheries waters, was to make provision for the management, development, and sustainable use of Fiji's fisheries and living marine resources and related matters. The current Minister of Fisheries had taken the time and made considerable efforts to understand the issues that were adversely affecting Fiji's inshore fisheries. This included visits around all areas of Fiji to listen to and attend to the concerns of fishing communities. The Fiji government had made various commitments at the first UN Oceans Conference in 2017 that was co-hosted by Fiji. Right at the top of those commitments was the protection of the grouper species. The seasonal bans for these grouper and coral trout species, which are among the most highly prized eating fish for domestic as well as for some notable export markets, had been put in place to prevent these fish from being caught during their breeding season. This initiative had been the result of collaboration between a number of NGOs and academics, and in collaboration and in support of the Ministry of Fisheries. The 4FJ campaign had gathered a lot of support from the public after extensive outreach programs. This campaign began with local awareness raising and voluntary pledges from the public to refrain from eating grouper and coral trout from the 1st of June through to the 30th of September each year, based on scientific advice relating to their breeding seasons. On sea cucumbers, Fiji had a long history with sea cucumbers, and for many years the harvesting practices for sea cucumbers had been dangerous and unsustainable, with little or disproportionately unfair reward for the Taraho'i communities who took the risk to harvest what for most part are communally owned resources. Tragically, the use of underwater breathing apparatus actively supplied and promoted by middlemen had led to the deaths and disability of many young Taraho'i men from communities across Fiji. In response to the unsustainable and dangerous practices that were highlighted via joint efforts of the Ministry of Fisheries and various academics and NGOs, including but not limited to WCS, FELA, FLMMA, and WWF, action had been eventually taken by the Ministry of Fisheries. The amendment to Fiji's fisheries legislation to include seasonal bans for species of sea cucumber, groupers, and coral trout was an important step towards more sustainable inshore and nearshore fisheries management for Fiji. The enforcement of such bans was not easy and required the coordinated efforts of the Ministry of Fisheries together with other government agencies. And to this end, the Ministry of Fisheries, and particularly the Inshore Fisheries Management Division, had been hosting interagency national inshore fisheries enforcement forums for 2 consecutive years. Takes a long while to do that. In addition, a number of other inshore fisheries management initiatives are underway or are being contemplated by the Ministry of Fisheries. For example, at the present time, the Ministry of Fisheries is looking at minimum fish sizes, as these may be amended to provide vital reef fish with more time to grow and breed before they are caught. More stringent, close, and constant surveillance work needs to be injected into this, because any loophole will be exploited. Further, more protection may also be provided to bigger fish that are so important for both breeding and replenishing fish stocks, as well as for Fiji's tourism industry, which is largely based on healthy oceans. Fiji is progressing on implementing more marine protected and marine managed areas to sustainably manage all ocean resources and areas of local and national significance. But it is important to acknowledge the many individuals working for NGOs, academic institutions, and government departments who have been part of and collaborated on all the recent initiatives and demonstrated the interdisciplinary nature of oceans governance, and that fisheries management is complex and requires collaboration and support from many people and many institutions. Ultimately, the enforcement of all fisheries management initiatives rests with the state, and this means its implementing agency, the Ministry of Fisheries, which deserves support and acknowledgement for their efforts. But it is also important to always consult and win public support for fisheries initiatives and to ensure they are suited to the local context, as this will make implementation more successful and less of a drain on Fiji's resources. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur
Thank you, Mr. Speaker of the Fiji Parliament. I now leave the floor to the representative of the Cook Islands, Mrs. Tina Brown.
The President of the Assembly of French Polynesia, His Excellency Gaston Tong Sang, the two presenters for this morning's session, Mr. Peter Williams and Vatea MOARII, all the speakers in this House, all the members of Parliament, all the delegation, kia orana from the Cook Islands. We have come to this conference to listen to other countries and to share our experiences so that we can learn more about this resource and this product that we are treasuring. I'd like to share with the countries the Cook Islands experiences. However, before I do so, I just wanted to comment that this morning's trip down to the port has demonstrated to us, particularly to me, how much more advanced some of our countries are and how much we are so behind with economic development and with the resources, and we need to try and catch up. In terms of the, in my address, I will address the topics as numbered in the concept note. What we are doing in the Cook Islands to increase the regional share in consumption of regional catches. There are a few areas. Firstly, in 2017, the government passed the Marae Moana 2017 Act. And this act was to protect a 50 nautical miles zone for us. The purpose was to protect the pelagic, the benthic, the coral reef, coastal and lagoon habitats. Large-scale commercial fishing is prohibited in this area. Only artisanal fishers can fish within this area. Secondly, our government does provide a small subsidy to our local fishermen. The amount per annum is about 300,000, and that is granted to our fishing associations on the island, in Rarotonga and the outer islands as well. It's not a lot of money, but as far as the farmers are concerned, it's a lot of money. The fishermen are concerned, it is a lot of money to them. We suffer in our commercial sector. We don't really have a commercial sector. We have one operator, one commercial operator. I think he has only one boat. The difficulties we have is that we don't have the facilities, we don't have the expertise. I was interested in your response to Samoa about training. We don't quite have the expertise that you have here, and I saw this morning in your processing plant at the port. We have a lot of tuna. We claim to have a lot of tuna, and much of our tuna is up north. We have yellowfin there, but we don't have commercial fishing there. We have some challenges as far as supply is concerned. Much of the tuna that is caught even by the commercial operator is supplied or is bought by restaurants. And so the availability or the supply of tuna to locals is not great. There is a cost issue there as well. Tuna is not cheap in the Cook Islands. Depending on the season, the prices range from $16 to $28 per kilo. And of course, chicken is much cheaper. It's only $24 for a 10-kilogram carton of chicken. We do not have any regulatory framework for our artisanal fishermen. We rely on voluntary data collection. We do have anchored FAD program in each of the islands. We have these FADs to assist the outer islands to catch their fish. What are we doing to increase the value of fish caught in the region and income from fishing? Cook Islands strongly supports efforts to move to zone-based rights management to secure long-term rights to the fishery, in particular tuna resources in our EEZ. This will enable the ability to better develop market-driven opportunities to improve the value of our resources. For example, investigating opportunities for increasing the value of access to resources through regional initiatives, such as the P&A, parties to the Nauru Agreement. In the long-line fishery, Cook Islands have implemented a quota management system since 2017, where vessels purchase catch quota for different species. Cook Islands are developing natural currency standard, a framework that establishes standards that ensure the best of class in environment, sustainability, social responsibility, and cultural benefit for marae moana caught tuna. Cook Islands are looking to form strategic partnerships with companies and organizations to provide access to niche markets for value-added products. In 2000, the government of the Cook Islands imposed a moratorium on foreign fishing vessels, encouraging vessels to reflag to the Cook Islands to access our fishing waters. This included requirement of local partners and basing operations out of Rarotonga. However, this resulted in little reinvestment into the sector. There was little supply and auxiliary services on island to support the industry. Example, no slipway, no repair services or expertise. After a few years, the banks declined to loan funds to the sector. Many partnerships and the base operations out of Rarotonga came to a halt. The Cook Islands also use the exclusivity approach in the past, capping the total number of vessels licensed to fish in our zone. This created demand for access and allowed, at the time, us to charge the highest longline license fees in the region. This was $85,000 in 2010. Not all Pacific Islands are able to develop fishing fleets and onshore processing like you do. So other benefits from tuna fisheries have to be explored. For example, Cook Islands' high cost of operating out of Rarotonga. Outer islands don't have the infrastructure, logistical networks or natural resources, land and water, to support onshore or port-based operations. But we have a valuable fishery resource to access. Cook has explored auxiliary services such as employment through fisheries observer programs and crew. However, cooks have access to higher paying, less demanding day jobs onshore, and that creates a problem and does not attract crew members to go on boats. What are we doing about fighting against illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing? Cook's has strong legislation in place to combat IUU fishing. This is demonstrated by a history of successful prosecutions and settlements. Existing regulatory frameworks provide our Ministry of Marine Resources and the Police Department, Maritime Division, the ability to ensure compliance with management requirements and enforce these through the provision of broad fisheries office powers. We have, however, found that the cost of prosecuting offenders sometimes are higher than the penalty. There is a proposal to review or revise the legislation to include additional tools such as administrative penalties to address the range of compliance issues from de minimis to serious. There is also a move to educate or make our judiciary understand international fisheries law and frameworks and the costs associated with fisheries management, compliance, and industry fishing operations. And the point here is that that understanding of, by the judiciary may assist them in issuing penalty that would suit the offence. Am I okay for time? What are we doing for developing a responsible sector? Cook Islands has the Marine Resources Shark Conservation Regulations 2012, which prohibits the retention and possession of sharks by commercial fishing vessels in the Cook Islands EEZ. Fishing license conditions also prohibit the retention of sharks. Marine pollution is managed through provisions in the Prevention of Marine Pollution Act 1998, the Maritime Transport Act 2008, and Amendment Act 2016, and the Shipping Registration Act 2007, and the Marine Resources Act 2005. So do we have the necessary legislative measures to address these issues? I think the answer for Cooks is yes, we do. I heard the comments on the purse seining yesterday and also today, and the use of FAD. As you know, we do license purse seining in our part of the world, but we are supporting the efforts and research to improve purse seining FADs with regards to non-entanglement and biodegradable options. In addition, limiting the number of FADs used by purse seined vessels. Cook's also monitoring PNA work on FAD tracking as an important tool to better understand the fate of FADs. In particular, FAD beaching, and we think that there's an estimated 5% end up on the beaches. Further research is required in this area to support effective legislative development. Effective communication strategies and outreach is needed to educate and inform the Cook's public on tuna fisheries and the management challenges we are facing. But it is also important to make the linkages with traditional knowledge and customs. Our islands are geographically isolating and access is limited and costly. So the tools we employ must ensure that we can reach these islands. On coastal fishing, the Cook Islands Government Act 2013 allows island councils on each island to adopt bylaws. This has been used to implement different management regimes to manage, for example, on one island, Penryn, the clams, pa'o. On another island, Manigi, the clams. We also have alternative livelihoods for bonefish fishery, which was applied in Aitutaki. They prohibited netting and replaced this with bonefish tourism operations. MMR regulations were used to implement this and has created an industry where former fishers are now earning greater revenues from using bone fishing as tourism attraction. We also have the traditional system of Ra'ui, a rotational management system of time, area closures, allowing stocks to replenish and allow for periodic sustainable harvesting. This is not enshrined in law due to concerns from Arongamana about diminishing their mana. However, the traditional implementation of Ra'ui is proving to be ineffective, particularly in Rarotonga. They are very effective, however, in the outer islands. Before I close, I just want to convey to our hosts, thank you very much for yesterday's lunch, last night's dinner, today's visit, today's excellent breakfast. I don't know that Cooks, the speaker, and I will have another opportunity, but I'd like to convey to our hosts a very big thank you, Martha, for being such a good host. Thank you very much.
Merci. Thank you, Mrs. Brown, for this very comprehensive presentation about the situation of the fisheries in the Cook Islands. I now leave the floor to Adrian, the Vice President of New Zealand. Adrian Ruhawe.
Mr. President, tēnā koe. I just want to acknowledge also Peter Williams for his presentation, and Vatea. Thank you very much. Can you pass on my thanks to your family, particularly your father, for the knowledge that he shared with us this morning. Members, I just will speak briefly about tuna and offshore fishing. And first of all, I want to acknowledge the critical importance of the tuna fisheries to the Pacific Island economies, which generates nearly 25,000 jobs and contributes nearly $1 billion to our collective economies. I just want to set out New Zealand's priorities for the next 12 months in terms of offshore fishing. And so we want to turn our attention to improving sustainable management of oceanic and coastal fisheries. We also think that we need to assist in capacity building in national and regional fisheries agencies. As our cousins from the Cook Islands have said, around unreported and unregulated fishing, we want to assist in combating that illegal activity. We also feel we need to be focusing on reducing fisheries-related bycatch of seabirds. And another area which we have a particular interest in, and that is advocating for improved working conditions for crew on fishing vessels. And there are a number of issues that New Zealand is contending with where overseas crews are used within our waters. We also want to make sure that we continue supporting Pacific engagement in the negotiations on fisheries subsidies disciplines at the World Trade Organization. And also in terms of our regional development investments, I think it's also important for us to state that we want to continue to build capacity to monitor fishing-related activities in regional ports, also in developing catch documentation and traceability schemes, and developing the next generation of fisheries leaders. And can I just expand on that from a Māori worldview? We and our tribal leaders are also wanting to ensure that our people have opportunities to participate actively within the industry rather than a lot of our tribes who have quota are passive within the industry, so we quite often lease out our quota to others to go fishing. So we need to have a change in being from passive to being active, although we do have tribes that are very active in the industry. That's really all I want to contribute to the discussion, but I do also want to acknowledge, as I did yesterday, that I'm certain that there are ways that we can collectively work together for the betterment of the entire Pacific Ocean. So, Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak in this debate.
Merci, Monsieur Urawe, vice-président du Parlement de la Nouvelle-Zélande. Je passe la parole à Whakapanua, président du Parlement de la République de Tonga.
I now give the floor to Tonga representative.
Your Excellency Gaston Tongsang, the distinguished speakers, Mr. Peter Williams and Vatea. Just like to start off by stating that Tonga doesn't have much of a tuna industry, and I would like to think yet. and it was very interesting to see how mature in the development and technology in the industry here in Tahiti. But I'll cast my net wide, might include other fish in the sea. So I'll just jump straight into it. Tonga believes that the fisheries sector can contribute significantly to the economy, but in a sustainable manner that protects the resources and ecological integrity of the ocean in the long run. The development of aquaculture is also progressing well and is at the present focusing on farming pearl oyster, sea cucumber, giant clams, seaweed, and coral. It is estimated that Tonga's marine export value in 2017 was just over 5.6 million US, which isn't a lot. Tonga is currently taking measures such as the Special Management Area Initiative, or SMAs. It's a tool designed to assist coastal resource management through a partnership between government and coastal communities to sustainably manage and rehabilitate the fisheries resource in shore areas. The establishment of SMAs utilize the idea of marine protected areas and traditional marine tenure systems to empower the coastal communities to sustainably manage the use of their coastal resources. Results reflect communities gaining the ability to accumulate resources within a short period of time and the ability to conserve resources and the marine environment in a designated area for future use. Since 2004, 22 SMAs have been established, and the aim is to reach a total of 33 SMAs by December 2017 and 100 by 2020. In terms of whale sanctuaries, tourism has not only been one of Tonga's leading economic sectors, but is becoming a growing determinant for future growth. Whale watching is one of the driving factors. Therefore, the protection of this marine mammal is crucial for Tonga's source of livelihood. In promoting ecotourism, many tourist resorts are built on small islands that have SMAs. Furthermore, investors in close collaboration with coastal communities that have SMAs are encouraged to farm marine organisms like pearl oysters, sea cucumbers, seaweed, and coral in SMAs for commercial purposes. Tonga is very committed to meeting the targets under SDG 14. Tonga is also committed to working with governments of other Pacific Island countries and territories in implementing both the Global Port State Measures Agreement, PSMA, to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, IUU, and the Niue Treaty Subsidiary Agreement for monitoring, control, and surveillance of fishing in the Pacific region. Effective maritime surveillance, monitoring, and enforcement is an issue for the fishing industry in the Pacific, and this includes Tonga. The Tongan government has introduced a program for the local population. It's called Selling of Fish at Lower Prices to Promote Healthy Living. This project was aimed for the promotion of healthy life in Tonga through selling of fish at lower prices, affordable prices for the local people, by the Ministry of Fisheries and National Fishery Council. This is an ongoing program. In November 2016, the terms and conditions for tuna fisheries, all foreign fishing vessels must unload 100% of their catches in Tonga, and all vessels must give to the Ministry of Fisheries no less than 3 tons unloaded fish to be sold at local markets at affordable prices. This work is ongoing, and fish is sold at low prices ranging from $1 per kilo to 4. And to sum up, Your Excellency, I would just like to state that Tonga has a moratorium on sea cucumber fishing, and this has been in effect since 2015. It's governed by a statute, the Tonga National Sea Cucumber Fishery Management and Development Plan. And just to frame the industry in Tonga, we have no fresh fish industry due to a lack of direct connections to major markets. our flight connections from Tonga fly directly to Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, and Samoa. So there is no way for us to send fish to the US and the EU and the Asia markets, such as here in Tahiti. Second to that, we have a scarcity of quality trained and certified seamen and captains. That coupled with economic obstacles to establishing an industry, the high cost, similar to what my colleagues in the Cook Islands were saying, it's difficult for banks to finance this business. This is partly the reason. The other half is, of course, the regulatory framework that lacks in Tonga, and also the lack of subsidies that fishermen here enjoy. So in a nutshell, Your Excellency, that's the report from Tonga. Thank you very much for the hospitality that we've received so far. I enjoyed breakfast this morning and dinner last night and lunch yesterday, and I'm sure I'm going to enjoy the rest of the food that you have to offer. And I am completely tuna and sashimi'd out. I've never had sashimi for breakfast, lunch, and dinner before. And I'm very happy to be here. And of course, this is my second time, and I really appreciate the effort from your Legislative Assembly. So on behalf of Tonga, I would like to send you my greatest regards and my most sincere gratefulness. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, and to the speakers.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de
Thank you,
l'Assemblée des îles
Mr.
Tonga,
The Speaker of the Parliament of Tonga, for sharing the current, making this report about fisheries in Tonga. Now I'll give the floor to the representative of Tokelau.
Merci.
I'd like to acknowledge the President of the Assembly of French Polynesia and also our guest speakers this morning, Mr. Peter Williams and Mr. Vatea MOARII. Your Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say a few words on behalf of our speaker, Mr. Sakalia Sakayo, and of course, my colleague here, Mr. Tanufilo, the government of Tokelau, and the people of Tokelau. As you are well aware, Tokelau is a territory of New Zealand. On our last census during the past 2 years, the population of Tokelau is approximately 1,500 people. Tokelau consists of 3 atolls, 3 low-lying atolls, about 5 meters above sea level, and has a total land mass of 12 square kilometers only. Please let me give you an insight of our constitutional context. Tokelau is a non-self-governing territory of New Zealand. Powers to self-regulate have been delegated from New Zealand to the 3 villages, who in turn delegate this authority to the General Whānau, the Tokelau Parliament, to govern and manage the national
matters. Given this constitutional context, Tokelau has full authority to manage her inshore fisheries. However, because Tokelau is not recognized under the international laws as a state, to enter into binding international treaties, which allows for the establishment of the EEZ, New Zealand enters into these international treaties on behalf of Tokelau. Until such time as Tokelau becomes self-governing, New Zealand is accountable for meeting obligations under the United Nations Fish Stocks Arrangement relating to conservation and management of fisheries in the Tokelau EEZ. Tokelau is one of the most fisheries-dependent small islands in the region, and fisheries is her single most important source of protein. In giving recognition to this, the Tokelau General Whanau, which is the parliament, working in partnership with New Zealand, endorsed the Tokelau fisheries policy in 2012. And the Tokelau offshore fisheries management plan. The offshore fisheries management plan is a 5-year plan and is reviewed annually to include and to recognize the Western and Central Pacific Commission. The purpose of this policy is to provide directions and guidance in management of Tokelau fisheries to achieve the following outcomes. 1, ecological sustainable fisheries. 2, benefits to Tokelau are maximized. And thirdly, fisheries are managed for Tokelau by Tokelau. We have guidelines for fisheries policies. The following principle gives guidance in the development and implementation of this policy. All use of fisheries resource should be ecological sustainable. Customary decision-making for inshore fisheries should be maintained and supported. Fisheries resource should be managed to maximize cultural, social, and economic wealth of Tokelau. The interests of future generations should be protected. Economic value derived from offshore fisheries should be invested for the benefit of Tokelau. Roles and responsibilities are clearly set out, and individuals and entities with responsibilities are held accountable for their decision and performance. Fisheries management service should be provided at least cost and to quality standards. Our offshore fisheries. Offshore fisheries are conserved and managed by Tokelau in partnership with New Zealand to maximize the wealth of our people. This means that offshore fisheries are managed by Tokelau in partnership with New Zealand and in cooperation with other Pacific Island countries to ensure sustainability of stocks and avoid adverse impact on non-target species, and to maximize the long-term value to Tokelau. Managed using well-specified long-term harvesting right, which can be leased annually but not sold or alienated. Our policy settings. The primary use of offshore fisheries will be generated income for Tokelau. Tokelau will claim and protect its rightful share of Western Central Pacific, tuna and other highly migratory species, working in partnership with New Zealand to secure an allocation of long-term harvesting rights that reflects Tokelau social, cultural, economic dependence on fisheries. Tokelau will collaborate with other Pacific Island countries to ensure effective conservation and management of Western and Central Pacific fisheries. Tokelau will be involved in all international negotiations and meetings that may affect its fisheries interests. To maximize income, Tokelau will lease its harvesting rights to international entities offering the greatest benefit to Tokelau. An offshore management plan will guide decision-making on fisheries management. The cost of managing offshore fisheries will be funded from revenue generated from offshore fisheries within fiscal parameters set by General Whono or the Tokelau Parliament. Net income generated from offshore fisheries will be invested in Tokelau Trust for the benefit of Tokelau, unless otherwise decided by the General Whono. In 2012, Tokelau became a participant in the parties to the Nauru Agreement per se, Vessel Day Scheme, established under the parties to the Palau Arrangement. Tokelau works closely and collaboratively with the PPA and PNA members countries in managing the purseine fisheries in her waters under the VDS. In 2017, Tokelau signed up to the parties to the Nauru Agreement long-line vessel days scheme, established under the parties to the Palau Arrangement. Tokelau works closely and collaboratively with the PPA and the PNA member countries in managing the long-line fisheries in her waters under the VDS. Please, I would like to put forward some of our main concerns. We, the Tokelauan, believe we are one of the most smallest island floating within the huge Pacific Ocean.
isolated. The closest is Samoa, Western Samoa, which is 400 miles south of Tokelau. However, Tokelau is blessed with a total EEZ size of 518,000 square kilometers, which means we, the Tokelau people, are facing unlimited challenges all throughout. Illegal fishing, unregulated fishing, unreported fishing, overfishing, and so on. Towards the end of the year 1984, 2 fishing boats were washed up on our coral reef. Our people were so unfortunate at that time and up till now. Fish poisoning, pollution, ocean acidification, so on and so on. I was so keen yesterday to listen when one of our guest speakers said something about to walk the talk. And I guess he was exactly right. Time to act. Time for our plans to be realized. Our visions, our way forward to be put into action. We do believe, the Tokelau believe, that these are the critical situations that we are facing at the moment. We also know that our voice as a small island, singular, can never be heard. Our voice can never be heard, standing as a single island. Now, this is an urge to this conference. Like one of the speakers yesterday said, that we should stand together. There we become strong and stronger in pursuing our cause and our concern. I'd like to finish off with a quote from the famous Shakespeare. Life is like playing your part of the play on the stage. After you play your part, the next generation will come on the stage and play their part. And I think this is exactly what we are doing today. We are playing our part and setting good examples. Put words into reality for the Pacific future generation. Thank you and God bless.
Merci, Monsieur Tamoa, représentant de la délégation de
Thank you,
Tokelau.
Mr. Representative of Circular Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Tamoa. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Verger, who is the president of the Wallis and Futuna Parliament. Honorable President of the Assembly of French Polynesia, distinguished Honorable Your Excellencies, I apologize for my voice, dear experts, dear ladies and gentlemen, friends, Your Honor to everyone. I am standing with my delegation, entire delegation, and I really want to thank you for this visit this morning. And we woke up early. It was just for us maybe to remember that fishing activity is something that needs to be done early in the morning, and it's tough. And so, thank you for the opportunity that you're giving us to present the fisheries sector in Wallis and Futuna. And to many regards, I believe that we may look peculiar to our friends in the Pacific. Peculiar because we are two people who will make this address, because my colleague, Mr. Frederick, will also conclude the address. This sector, fisheries sector, is hard to understand unless you understand that it doesn't exist really. There are some fishermen in our coastal lines, and our populations either go and get their fish from these small fishermen, or they go fishing themselves. So, as you see and fully understand, there are very few professional fishermen. And so, in existing fisheries sectors. And to understand that situation and to recount those political events that marked up and this sector and the story of our country. Let me remind you that our parliament last July 8th, with the government of France and through the overseas minister Annie Girardin, which outlines a global policy which is called the Trajectory 5.5 or 5.0, and which you're fully aware, Mr. President. Zero carbon, zero exclusion, zero vulnerability. And simultaneously, the goals of this strategy, development strategy, sustainable strategy for Wallis and Futuna, adopted in 2016, November, relies on this famous sustainable development. Whatever the implications may be in the environment or other sectors, the principle remains the same: the sustainable development, which is the balance between the environment and our economic development, to preserve our quality of life and our landscapes, and considering these subsidies, the subsistence requirements. We've been discussing over this past 2 days about the challenges we're facing with climate change and the obligation that we all have to succeed in developing our countries sustainably. And regarding Wallis and Futuna and the sustainable development of fishing sector, I would like to highlight the specific conditions in which our parliament is seeing the sector developing. We would like, first of all, that this activity will be performed by inhabitants of Wallis and Futuna for the inhabitants of Wallis and Futuna. Very clearly, we asked the French government to forbid any leasing or selling of licensing to in our ZEE to foreign vessels. And we also wish to implement a sector that is sizable to the country. We've seen this morning, throughout the visit this morning, that we want the same thing, that it will be what I call the sustainable benefit. So we don't have the targets to develop a export sector, and just because we don't have any direct airlines routes to those big markets ourselves. But our main goal is to serve our country and facing the obesity challenges. 60% of the kids and children of Wallis and Futuna are hit by obesity. So this is a health issue, a primary one. As you understand that our action in the region, we are in coming with the spirit to learn from our experiences, but also from our failures, because if we can also avoid some of the mistakes that you might have done, we then could be better off. We need also to learn from key decisions made in relations to the marine situation. Regarding the resilience, we see the issue with the plastics. But I would like to get back on one key element that was discussed very briefly. It's a delicate theme. It's been presented by the SPREP representative regarding the seabed exploitation. And a few years ago, that we've been informed there was a breach at the large and on the seabed of ashore of the offshore of the Wallis and Futuna, and there was an minerals exploitation which are high value that could be exploited. It's not an important. It's not too deep, and its level of concentration on the rare metals is quite high. It's 1,000 times more concentrated than on ashore, on dry land. So the economic outflows could be huge. So through this opportunity, considering the sustainable development, which also involves some constraints, and we are talking about fisheries sector, and to me, these type of questions cannot be avoided and set aside. So there are some risks for our future generations. The Parliament has decided, or will decide in November, on their session, because I suggested a global policy and at least a moratorium on this submarine exploitation for 50 years. In terms of knowledge that we managed to gather up today, I believe very sincerely that closing this opportunity might open up other opportunities. I'm thinking of my colleague from Tonga in tourism and developing also other sectors, but it will be more difficult to do so instead of just grabbing the potential in the deep sea. So to answer to that question and this opportunity that has been put on the table years back, and it might be the same with other countries of the Pacific, and to discuss this exploitation, it's important, I believe, with our friends from the Pacific. And this is a very important question when we deal with sustainable development. It could be more lucrative on the short term compared to versus to other opportunities that are long-term, more time-consuming and money-consuming, maybe. So, very briefly, these are the report I wanted to make about the policies that might have been interrupted at times in our country, and thanks to discoveries that were made, such as the seabeds minerals. So I'll leave now to my colleague to finish up our address. Thank you, Your Honorable President. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Tongson for having invited the members of the opposition, because I believe that to have the best results, it is necessary to inform and raise awareness of the population, which implies the investment and the involvement of all members of parliament. When we deal with pollution, protection of the reef, the marine protected areas, and illicit fishing, it's all these questions. It's not about being in the opposition party or in the majority. We're all facing the same issues. In Wallis and Futuna, the deliberation about these topics are usually adopted unanimously. Regarding fisheries, like the President Verger has done, I have nothing to add. I just want to say thank you again to the President of Tongson and all the staff for their hospitality. Thank you.
Merci aux intervenants de l'Assemblée de Wallis et Futuna.
Thank you for the speakers from Wallis and Futuna for having shared a report on the situation in your country. I now give the floor to Niue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I keep looking at the clock like yesterday, and I noted we have, so I'll try to be brief. Firstly, Palafalahiatu from the Niue delegation. Greetings, my fellow colleagues. Yesterday, I keep looking at the clock and well past lunch, so same thing this morning. I'll try to be brief. But firstly, on behalf of my delegation, to express our gratitude, and I thank you for the invitation and being here in French Polynesia, Tahiti, since Sunday afternoon, and the hospitality given to us. Thank you for you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff for that help and the hospitality extended. We came here like our other colleagues. We listen, we try and learn as much as we can, and we share some of the experiences that we had, and that's what we have done in the last day and a bit. But in coming back to our agenda on the blue economy, fishing, today's theme. Well, a few years ago, we opened a food processing factory, the only one. And not very long after that, it closed shop. And that speaks for itself. We do not have the sustainability. Fishing, the natural resources are not in our waters. To the level of economic development. But we do have tuna, mahi-mahi, wahoo, and we have noted that the catch is getting smaller and smaller by our local fishermen. We found that FADs had helped a lot in helping our fishermen catching fish to feed the families, subsistence fishing. So that's all I can offer by way of today's theme on fishing. But I'd like to go back a little bit, if you may, Mr. Chairman, to the
yesterday's theme on climate change. Yeah, climate change has been with us for quite some time now. We've been singing the songbook for more than 10 years. And so far as Niue is concerned, we have been very complacent insofar as climate change, because we are an uplifted atoll. Uplifted atoll has been uplifted twice, and we are fairly high up from sea level. If you look up at the roof, the first uplifted property higher up, probably to the top roof, and the next uplift from the villages of the western side, perhaps where the lights are, about 60, 80 feet above sea level. So that's why we have been complacent. But the cyclone has given a different perspective to our approach. Since the late 70s to the 90s, we have the waves. Growing up in the Pacific, we got used to strong wind, raining, and the cyclones and what have there, and that's part of our livelihood. But since the late 70s to the 90s, there's a new factor to the problems, and that's the waves. The waves top to the terrace, the fish terrace that most of our villages on the western side, the waves have come right up during the cyclone, and it's splashing on top in the 70s. There's a main road that goes around the island, and it's across the road. Just a little bit across the road. In 1990, it crossed the road and crossed right over, that's historical, right over the terrace that we have villages, but at least one or two waves. In 2004, cyclone happened. The sea level had risen up, and the waves just splashed, continued splashing over, and rolled and damaged most of our villages on the western side of it. Half of our village, about 8. The devastation, the destroy in our communities after the 2004 was something different to us. We all went around, we just cried. We haven't, it's like a war zone. Those are the experiences that we had with climate change, and we can only say it's climate change. Yeah. Because it's historical. It never have ever happened in my country ever since, up until 2004. I might come a little bit back to that cyclone 2004, if you may, Mr. Chairman, but I won't go into the details of our political arrangements. It's all in the website, so they're available on the internet. But we have a special arrangement with our father figure in New Zealand ever since the 1900s, up until we separate a little bit, semi-independent arrangement with the internal self-governing, with free association with New Zealand. We are New Zealand citizens. I said it's all in the website. And since then, in the 70s, our people have urbanized. I like to call it urbanized. We moved from Niue to New Zealand. And it's quite a lot of our people there have lived in New Zealand. And the population back home is about 2,000 people. The size of it, about the same size as Tahiti, 100 square miles, but it's an uplifted, no mountains, it's not rich in terms of soil for farming, mainly subsistence farming. But we have a population of roughly 2,000 people, and it's just the one island. We used to experience problem of being isolated, but this nowadays we have a fortnightly shipping service, 2 flights a week. That's good enough for us. We have internet and everything else that goes with it. In fact, I always say that we have the best in the Pacific, we have the best in the world in terms of mobilizing our programs and our projects, because we are just a one island, 2,000 people, easy to get message around. We have radio, we have TV, etc. That's why we come, we learn. We always want to come to Tahiti. Now it's historical for us to be here in this side of the Eastern Pacific. And I think that's about all I can report on behalf of my delegation, but I would like to move slightly away from the agenda, if you may, Mr. Chairman, in expressing this personal
express vote of thanks. In 2004, after the devastation of my little island, French Polynesia was one of the first countries in the region to, apart of course from New Zealand, to come to our help. They sent a shipload with workers and materials, building materials, and they have built 20 homes for the 20 families, unfortunately, that got their homes. And I'm one of those families that received the beneficiary of that help from French Polynesia. And I stand and express, I think it's probably the first time for a beneficiary to be here, to express my thank you to you, to your government, to the people of French Polynesia for that great help. Okay, it's a long time ago, 2004, but I thank you is never rust or rogue. Thank you so much. With those few words, thank you to our friends, make new friends here, this conference. I hope one day that you come to Niue. We'll host some function, some conference to this, so you can come to Niue. But unfortunately, we're going into election next year, so our future is very uncertain. So thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur le Président
Thank you,
de l'Assemblée des Niue. Nous sommes très touchés par
the
vos
Speaker
paroles.
of
Merci
Niue
encore.
Parliament. We're touched and moved
Que
by
Dieu vous bénisse aussi.
your
Nous passons la
words,
parole au
and
président,
may God bless you.
premier vice-président du
And now
Congrès de la
give
Nouvelle-Calédonie,
the
Monsieur
floor
Crinier.
to the first Vice President of New Caledonia Parliament.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée de Polynésie française,
Honorable President of French Polynesia Assembly, distinguished members of Parliament of the Pacific Islands and countries, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the floor to make this address. And I would like, first of all, to thank our keynote speakers for their interventions and the quality of their answers to our questions. And before I start, I would like to give you a few figures regarding fisheries sector in New Caledonia. Regarding tuna fishing, the activity represents 70% of the turnover of the fisheries sector and 40% of the products coming from the oceans. It's been initiated about 40 years ago. First, we developed the tuna fleets, which are operating in our ZEE. There are about 3,000 tons per year, and this accounts for 0.1% of the catches in the region, and about 20% of the albacore fish, tuna fish. And this species of tunas represents 75% of the global catches in New Caledonia. And this accounts 20%, the second most fished species in New Caledonia. Other species like marlin or mahi-mahi or big-eyed tuna and even the mako sharks, which is now protected species now. Since 2013, it's been the fishing those sharks have been banned. Regarding prevention, the fishing vessels, over the past 10 years, we've implemented a program that only was implemented 5 years ago. And throughout several campaigns, we're trying to gather all the information and data about the work of the fishermen, the fishes, the fish, and every sorts of data. And those data are gathered and provided directly by ship owners on paperwork. And this helps us to regulate the activities. And these data are transferred to the SPC and enables us to estimate the stock of fish and tuna. In 2014, 22 vessels, 22 investigations, 22 boarding in vessels, longline fishing vessels. And it's been upon the request of a community from the west and the north. Given the low effort of fishing, the activities has only a small impact on targeted species. And the offshore fishing has a role needs to be structured. We are keen to find out more about our fishing areas and find out what is going on there. And in our cooperation with the Coral Partners program has enabled us to make emerge some important and key themes, socially and economically. Regarding the reef, the declared fishing and the fishing around the reefs, it's very low figures, so activities could be developed. The impact is being observed in outer islands, but we don't have the precise data on the level of fishing. Regarding illicit fishing, several boats, such as the blue boats, and from Asia, and they've been arrested by customs, and we realized that they were trying to catch several types of fish, and a clear preference for sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers is subject to a higher and higher demand from Asia, and this is what they are trying to catch as much as possible, far more than the other species. And there are some undeclared activities as well, but since 2011, we witness a lower pressure on the catches. We are trying to develop also breeding programs for sea cucumbers. We are concentrating efforts on that program as well. In Nouméa, we engage in alongside several other countries into development policies, not only for fishing sector, but also in the observation of a very coveted species. There's so much to say, actually, but I need to conclude by saying that, Mr. Chairman, the blue economy is the future of our planet, and we're all convinced about that. But if the blue economy is the future of our planet, then the oceans got a key role to play in this world conversion of the economy. Us as ocean inhabitants living in such a big surface, we therefore have a word to say. Our mothers and islands have such a big potential, and a lot is at stake. But at the same time, a lot of risks are involved if we're not watching. Because the potential that we have, and thank God that we have, really in our hands, we need to make sure that these opportunities don't go away. And we do not be only watchers and lookers, but because we are the legitimate people of these water surface. So we need to be actors, stakeholders in this key sector leaning towards the blue economy.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier Vice-président du Congrès de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, pour vos propos. Je passe maintenant la parole à Monsieur Philippe Reclay, président de la Commission des Affaires maritimes de Palau.
Please, speaker from Palau, please.
Good day, my honorable colleagues. First off, allow me to express my gratitude to His Honorable Speaker Tong Sang and all of his staff for hosting the second Pacific Island Parliament Group here in this beautiful island of Tahiti, of course with a very warm welcome. I must say and share with my colleagues that we haven't been to, this is our first time here in Tahiti, and we've heard so much about it over on radio, TV, and social media. And we are so blessed and so glad we finally got a chance to come and visit your beautiful island. As we say in Palau, Ali, and greetings to my esteemed colleagues from across the vast Pacific Ocean, the speakers, the member of the parliament, and also the congressmen. Also would like to thank Vatea and Peter for joining us today for a very valuable information that you guys have given us. It is my honor to speak to this esteemed conference regarding the steps the Republic of Palau has taken to promote sustainable local fisheries. As an island nation, the blue economy is an ideal to which the Republic of Palau aspires to complete every year. Part and parcel of a blue economy is an economic infrastructure that is committed to the suitable development of our resources. Sustainable development is more than a simple buzzword to us in Palau. It is a key principle that influences our every economic and ecological choice. In fact, it is a primary driving force behind our keystone economic and environmental policy, the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. Thanks to the visionary of our leader, His Excellency President Tami Irmangsau Jr., Palau has taken unprecedented steps with this legislation and its update to more fully develop a blue economy centered around sustainable use of our resources. Many of you might be aware of the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. For those who are not, it is an excellent example of using hard science to back legislation that promote environmentally sustainable practices that propel a blue economy. Our Marine Sanctuary Act set aside 80% of the exclusive economic zone as a no-take area, leaving the other 20% available for sustainable modes of fishing. Over the past 5 years, we have been gradually reducing the amount of allowable fishing area for commercial fishing, with a full implementation of the Act in 2020. By securing 80% of our EEZ, we will use 20% and allow in the chance to naturally replenish its stocks without any fear from overfishing or harmful bycatch. The entire scheme is overseen by the world-renowned Palau International Coral Reef Center, a scientific research institution. This is a revolutionary as our policy is directly guided by the experts who have the greatest ability to monitor our sanctuary and the beautiful animal life within. Furthermore, the Act outlaws destructive fishing practices in order to ensure that our future generations do not suffer due to the scourge of overfishing. In addition, we are using the framework of the law and the principles underpinning it to promote the creation of a domestic pelagic fishery which can provide environmentally sustainable commercial exports for our republic. With our legislation, we will see domestic fisheries growing into profitable enterprise that benefit our citizens, allowing to continue their traditional roles as fishermen, but in a way that gives them a stake in our economy. Through these steps, we are overpowering our people while reducing the dangers from overfishing and harmful bycatch. Furthermore, this act has a teeth. We have empowered our police and security services to actively enforce our marine sanctuary so that we can cut out the cheaters and protect our precious resources. In addition, this act allows us to protect another essential element of our economy, tourism. It may not seem related, but protecting our underwater wildlife will only serve to promote our world-famous diving industry. Thousands of tourists from across the globe make their way to Palau in order to experience what many deem to be the best diving in the world. This is the result of our location as we are at the confluence point between the multiple underwater Gulf Stream, providing us with a bounty of underwater animal life for divers to witness. Overfishing and destructive fishing practices would only serve to harm this essential element of our economy. Thus, the principle underlying blue economy also serve to promote other markets, giving even further credibility to this conference's wise focus on promoting the blue economy. We believe that it is through legislation such as this that other island nations can take active steps to protect their resources, ensure those resources benefit their citizens, and promote resilience to global market effects via the development of sustainable domestic industry. By further diversifying our fishing industry through the creation of domestic pelagic fishery, we hope to take full advantage of the enormous opportunity presented for our citizens through development of blue economy. I conclude thus with a great pride in steps that we of Palau have taken to promote the ideal of blue economy. It is an honor to represent my nation here today. I'm eager to discuss this issue, policy with other honorable members present. Together, our shared common interest of developing a blue economy that promotes the livelihood of our citizens, I believe we can push forward a new standard in sustainable fishing practices that will secure the resource for our children and our children's children. The tone of the conference that has been echoed by most speakers and members of parliament and congressmen is very obvious that our blue ocean is in distress or unsecured. I strongly believe that the reason we are here today is to work collectively, collaborate to find solutions that range from a small community of each island nation to the whole nation, from the whole nation to our region, which is the vast Pacific Blue Ocean. Let us unite for the best interest of our only people that we have in the Pacific and the only fragile blue ocean that we have left. Maururu roa. Thank you and merci, Mr. Chairman.
Maru Roy, Monsieur Reclé, représentant de la délégation de Palau. Nous passons la parole à
Delegation. We now leave the floor to Mr. Kalani English, Senator representing the President of the Senate of Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to be very brief in consideration of the time. Just to report that Hawaii, our fisheries are governed by the Western Fisheries Management Council. We have a very strict regime in place. We have placed our northern islands, all of our northern islands, into a marine protected area. And we are, by doing that, we've hoped to regenerate fish for the region. We've also excluded ships and other fishing vessels from the northern islands of Hawaii in the hopes of regenerating our fisheries. I do know that we work very cooperatively with other international regimes in the region to make sure that the US-based fleets out of Hawaii are following the rules. In this regard, we have started, like they do here. I've noticed that today they started monitoring where the catch comes from and then monitoring its movement so that illegally caught fish is not included in the catch that comes into Hawaii. So, Mr. President, that is probably the shortest report that you will get today. And in the consideration of the time, I'll stop there. And if other members here have questions about what Hawaii is doing, please come to see me during lunch. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur English.
Thank you, Mr. English. We'll now move on to the last intervener. I'm calling Consuele Labra from Rapa Nui. So I'm the President of the Council of Elders.
Aloha nui te rapa nui mo te motu tātoa o te moana kiwa. Primero que todo, extender un saludo a los anfitriones.
I would like to extend my greetings to Mr. Tong Song, to Mr. Edward Fritsch, the President of the Government of French Polynesia, and to Dominique Sora, who is the High Commissioner of the French Republic, and especially to the staff who organized this conference and who treated us so well since we arrived. I would also show my gratitude to all the other delegations and members of parliaments and speakers of assemblies.
So I will help with the translation. First of all, special greetings to all the hosts. Gaston Tonsang, President of the Assembly, Edward Fritsch, President of French Polynesia, and Dominique Sorain, High Commissioner for French Republic in French Polynesia. Special greetings also for all the organizations. They have been very kind and have treated us with special hospitality since we arrived. Also, thanks to other delegations, presidents, vice presidents, and speakers.
Para Rapa Nui es un honor ser parte de esta conferencia y que se nos haya considerado como parte del grupo del Parlamento de la Isla del Pacífico. Rapa Nui es la isla más lejana
la que aislada en la mitad del Pacífico y se encuentra a 4.000 kilómetros de cualquier otra tierra. Somos un vértice del triángulo de la Polinesia y eso nos define.
For Rapa Nui, it's an honor to be part of this conference and that we are being considered part of the Pacific Island Parliament Group. Rapa Nui is the further island, the more isolated. We are in the middle of the Pacific, 4,000 kilometers from every other land, and we are a vertex of the triangle of Polynesia, and that defines us.
Nuestra isla de 163 kilómetros cuadrados es el mejor ejemplo de aquello que se ha planteado. Nuestras islas son pequeñas especies de tierra, espacios de tierra, pero nuestra riqueza está en el mar que nos rodea, en nuestro caso 330.000 kilómetros cuadrados.
Our island is 163 kilometers square. The best example what it has been said these days. Our islands, there are little spaces of land, but our richness is in the sea that is around us. In our case, 730 kilometers, square kilometers.
Para nosotros, como para usted, el océano, el Baikaba nos constituye y define como pueblo. Por el océano llegaron los primeros hombres, nuestros ancestros, a poblar nuestra isla. Nuestra historia oral cuenta que el primer Rapa Nui nació en el mar. El mar es escenario de diversas manifestaciones culturales de nuestro pueblo, pesca tradicional, deportes tradicionales, historia, regulación propia, ancestral y un elemento muy relevante de nuestra economía, tanto por la pesca como por la diversificación de actividades recreativas y deportivas que fomentan nuestras experiencias turísticas.
The concept of Blue Pacific, it represents us. For us, as for you, the ocean, it constitutes us. It defines us as people. By the ocean, they arrived the first man to our ancestor to our island, to populate our island. Our history, our oral history, it tells about the first Rapa Nui that was born at the sea. The sea is the setting place of different manifestation, cultural manifestation of our people, as traditional fishing, traditional sports, history, our own regulations, our indigenous rights, and is a very relevant element of our economy because of the fishing, but also because of the diversification of recreational activities and sports that are nowadays fomenting and promoting new experiences for the tourism.
El mar y su riqueza es nuestro pasado, es nuestro presente y será nuestro futuro como pueblo.
The ocean, the sea, is our richness, is our past, is our present, and it will be our future as people.
Ayer se habló de la problemática y desafío que plantea el cambio climático y su amenaza y la necesidad del desarrollo sustentable. Al respecto, desde nuestra pequeña isla queremos decir que nosotros somos la respuesta. Si nosotros, nuestras mujeres, los niños, las comunidades locales, los pequeños estados, los pueblos indígenas y nuestra isla del Pacífico.
Yesterday, it was spoken about the problematics, the challenge and the threats about climate change, and the necessity of sustainable development. About it, from our little island, we want to say that we are the answer. Yes, we, our women, our children, our local communities, our little states, our indigenous peoples, and our Pacific islands.
En el desafío global de cambiar la forma de producción y la economía en general para hacer frente a los problemas del calentamiento mundial, estamos seguros que la respuesta es local. La respuesta está en fortalecer lo local, revivir nuestras tradiciones en red y en un mundo globalizado con el apoyo de la ciencia, pero desde nuestros conocimientos tradicionales y en escala económico locales.
In the challenge of global change, of global warming, of climate change, and change the ways of production and the economy in general, to face the problems of the global warming, we are sure that the answers are local. The answer is to encourage and to revive our traditions, but in networks. In a globalized world with the support of the science, but taking in consideration our traditional knowledge and with economic skills at local scales.
Nosotros, los pueblos originarios, somos economía azul, somos desarrollo sostenible, nuestra economía y forma de producción son sostenibles. Así fue que en un acuerdo que se sometió a consulta y votación de nuestra comunidad, se decidió en septiembre de 2017 la creación de un área marina protegida de múltiple uso. Se trata de un gran área marina protegida que abarca toda la zona económica exclusiva de 730,000 kilómetros cuadrados.
We, the indigenous Aboriginal people, we are the blue economy. We are the sustainable development. Our economy and our ways of production are sustainable. And that's why, in an agreement that it was voted and consulted with all our people, in September of 2017, we agree as people the creation of a marine protected area of multiple uses. It's a huge marine area that covers all the exclusive economic zone of 730,000 square kilometers.
En julio de 2018 se eligieron a los miembros del pueblo Rapa Nui que forman el consejo que administra esta área. Nos acompaña Anastasia Teao, quien es parte de este consejo, y Anakena Manutomatoma, que representa a Codeipa.
In July of 2018, they were elected by the Rapa Nui people, the Rapa Nui members, which will represent them in the Council of Administration of this area. It is with us Mrs. Anastasia Teao, which is part of this council, and also Mrs. Anakena Manutomatoma, which is member of the president of the Subcommission of Development and representative of the Commission of Development at the council.
La primera medida exclusiva anterior y la declaración del área, que también fue votada en septiembre de 2017 y que se implementó desde diciembre del mismo año, fue la completa prohibición de la pesca industrial. Solo se permite la pesca artesanal, Rapa Nui, de acuerdo a la descripción que levantamos en trabajo con la comunidad, con la sociedad civil y apoyo de los científicos, incorporando el conocimiento y prácticas tradicionales como nuestra pesca con piedras y así como la incorporación de nuevas técnicas como uso de caña, rapper y malla o red. Diferenciamos entre pesca de orilla y alta mar. Sin embargo, nadie en el mar Rapa Nui utiliza más de 200 metros de malla o red en una sola calada, forzaría ni más de 100 anzuelos. De este modo esperamos seguir siendo sustentables, mantenemos el consumo de la pesca de manera local. Sí exportamos, pero la gran mayoría se consume en la isla y evitamos la pesca de especies no deseadas y protegemos nuestra pesquería.
The first measure with the declaration of the marine area that also it was voted popularly in September of 2017, it was the complete provision of the industrial fishery. It's only permitted the artisanal fishing in Rapa Nui in order to the descriptions that we pick up in work, with community work, with different stakeholders, with all the civil society, with support of the universities and the scientists, and incorporating the knowledge and the practice, our traditionals and knowledge and practices. Us, like our fishing with stones, but also incorporating the new techniques like fishing rod, rappel, fishing net, and we make differences between coastal fishing and offshore fishing. Notwithstanding, in the Rapa Nui Sea, anybody can use more than 200 meters of net in one hash for every departure or 100 on hooks in a line. In this way, we expect to continue to be sustainable and maintain a local consumption of the fishing locally. Yes, we export, but the majority is consumed in the island. We avoid this way the bycatch and of not wanted species, and we are protecting our fisheries.
Desafíos tenemos todo y mucho que aprender. Hoy trabajamos un plan general de administración. Estamos priorizando especies y debemos tomar decisiones, proteger zonas más explotadas, trabajar en la protección del borde costero. En esto conocemos y nos interesa aprender las mejores prácticas de muchos de ustedes.
Challenges, we have a lot. We have them all, and many much more to learn. Today, we're working in the administration management plan for the area. We are prioritizing species, and we have to make decisions. We have to protect the more exploited zones. We have to work on the protection of the shore. And in that, we know, and we are very interested in learning about the best practice that much of you have developed.
Uno de nuestros principales problemas y que no podremos con nuestros recursos resolver solo es la pesca ilegal. La fiscalización es carísima. En la mitad del Pacífico más aún. Chile ha firmado los tratados, pero es un país sin muchos recursos para la fiscalización y estamos en constante debate para la entrega de datos.
One of our main problems, and that we can't resolve by ourselves, is the illegal fishing. Fiscalization is very expensive, and in the middle of the Pacific, more. Chile, the country in which we depend, has signed the international treaties for protection, but it's a country that doesn't have many resources for fiscalization. And also we are in constant debates with them for the data delivery.
No me quiero despedir sin antes mencionar nuestro desafío en cambio climático. Hemos presionado para levantar recursos para un plan local de adaptación y acción. Hoy estamos junto a las universidades levantando datos de marea, vientos, lluvia y moderando escenarios a 10, 20 y 30 años. Lo importante es construir modelos que puedan ser flexibles al cambio de los datos. Pero este esfuerzo es gigante para nuestra pequeña isla. Debiéramos todos hacerlo y tener un estudio regional de datos, modelos y sistematización de mejores prácticas. No tenemos tiempo para aprendizaje individuales, tenemos que trabajar en red.
I don't want to say goodbye before to mention our challenge in climate change. We have pressured government for certain and resources for a local plan of adaptation and action. Today, we are with universities picking up the data of tides, winds, rains, and we are modeling possible scenarios for 10, 20, 30, up to 50 years. The important thing is to construct models that can be flexible to the change of the data. But this effort is huge for our little island, and we think it's also huge for your islands. So we think we should make it all together. We should join on this and have regional studies of data, models, and systematization of the best practice. We don't have time to learn individual. We have to work on network. That's why it's very important, the declaration that we are going to submit.
Por último, me despido invitándoles a participar de la COP25, la COP Azul, que se realizará en Santiago de Chile, donde esperamos contar junto con ustedes de los espacios para afirmar las declaraciones que firmaremos hoy día. Vatea MOARII.
Well, translation. At last, I invite you to participate about COP25, the conference of the party, the blue one, that is going to take place in Santiago, where we expect with all of you to affirm the declaration of Taraho'i that we are going to sign in a little time more. Vatea MOARII.
Thank you very much, Carlos Edmunds Power, the President of the Elders Council of Rapa Nui. We will now close our debate on the fishing industry, a key sector of the blue economy. And before we move on to the adoption of the Taraho'i Declaration, I would like to thank you all for your participation, your interventions, the questions you asked, and the answers that were made. And I would like to extend a special thank you to our keynote speakers, Mr. William and Mr. MOARII, for their contribution and their very informative presentations of this morning. Let's move on now to the adoption of the Taraho'i Declaration, which takes into account the observations and remarks that were made by each delegation. And before we resume our work this morning, we had a meeting with all the delegation leaders, members and speakers of each parliament and assemblies, legislatures, and as our statutes have their provision, I would now propose to adopt the Taraho'i Declaration. Of course, this is made consensually, on a consensual basis. Do we all agree? Do we all agree on this? And so this declaration is adopted. Thank you. Following our conference, and so following our meeting this morning, and according to the statutes, the group of Pacific Islands parliamentarians, we propose that our next biannual meeting will be held. So the time of this new meeting, we have a candidacy by the Cook Islands who needs to be confirmed, and so the Speaker of the Cook Islands Parliament will wait to have confirmation by her government. Otherwise, Tonga has also proposed to host our annual conference, and also Fiji. So we have 3 proposals. So please, would you please approve these submissions, these approvals? Do you all agree with these proposals? Thank you very much. So this morning we also endorsed a technical meeting which will be held earlier, within a 6-month time frame, to review the implementation of the recommendations that we've been talking about in this Taraho'i Declaration. And unanimously we decided to hold this technical meeting here in Papeete, Tahiti, and we accept it very kindly, which will be composed by Secretary Generals of our various parliaments, maybe accompanied by some members of parliaments. This is a more restricted framework for meetings, and which could also serve to prepare the biannual meetings every 2 years. Do we all agree about this approach? Thank you. So, dear colleagues, before we close our work, I would like once again to thank you all on behalf of the legislature of French Polynesia, all the members of this assembly who wanted to take part in this conference, which is a first in our parliamentary life. Also, warmly thank you for your participation, for the exchanges we had, and even what we shared about the topics of the resilience of the Pacific Ocean and the fisheries sector, a key sector of the blue economy. And in particular, I would like to thank the speakers and presidents and representatives of the Pacific parliaments who attended this conference. And we will remember all the precious recommendations and advice you shared with us during this conference. As we say here, Maruru and Maruru under the Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You will now be handed some copies of the declaration and also of the statutes of these Pacific Islands Parliaments groups. Mr. Gaston Tongsong, the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, now wishes to thank you and also wishes with all the members of this Assembly, thank all the delegations and experts who made it possible for this conference to be a success. So we now have a little exercise to close this conference. I will now call one by one all the delegations, and I'll ask the delegation I'll be calling to stand up, and I will also ask to the speaker or to the leader of this delegation to come close to join the President of the Assembly of French Polynesia. So please, I will start with the delegation of Fiji, please. Fiji, can you please stand up and join? So I'm calling President, Mr. Speaker, Ratuepeli Nailatikau to join. Mr. Tongsong, please. All members, you can stay.
Fiji delegation, you can stand up, please. Et la représentante, Madame Iriti, présidente
and the member
va remettre des cadeaux à la délégation de Fidji.
Will now present the delegation of Fiji with some gifts. It is made by Teura Iriti, the president of the Taraho'i Tira group.
Fiji delegation, you can still stand up because Miss Iriti is not ready yet.
Okay, so
sorry about that.
Here come the gifts.
Madame la Présidente Iriti.
So the president of the Taraho'i group, so apparently there's one bag missing.
Très bien, merci.
I now call the delegation from the Cook Islands to stand up, and to the Speaker of the Parliament to please join Mr. Tongsong.
Merci, thank you. Madame la représentante Galnon, présidente de la commission.
The member of the local assembly, Mrs. Galnon, in charge of the education committee of this assembly, will present the gift to the Cook Islands delegation.
Merci.
I now call the delegation of New Zealand. Mr. Rurafwe, please.
Merci. Thank you. J'appelle à présent la
And I call the
délégation
delegation of Tonga.
Et donc, Madame la représentante Tapeta va
And
remettre
so the member, local member, Mrs. Tapeta, will present the gift to the Tongan delegation.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Nous allons basculer à
Now we will
la
move on
délégation
to
de
the
Tokelau.
delegation of Tokelau, please.
And Tokelau delegation, you can stand up.
Can you please stand up, Tokelau delegation, and the Speaker of the local assembly.
Madame la présidente du groupe Tapura Wiratira, Madame Teritei, va
And
remettre
so
un
Mrs.
cadeau à la
Teritei will
délégation de
present
Tokelau.
a gift to the delegation of Tokelau. She is the president of the Taraho'i Atira Party local group.
Merci. Thank you. J'appelle à présent la
I
délégation
now
de
call
Wallis et
the
Futuna
delegation of
à se
Wallis
lever.
and Futuna
Donc
to
le
stand
président
up
se rapprocher.
and the Speaker of the
Madame
local assembly
la
to join,
représentante
Mr.
Aro,
Tongsong, please.
présidente de la CCBF, va
And
remettre un cadeau à la
Mrs.
délégation de Wallis et
Aro,
Futuna.
the chairman of the Budget Control and Scrutiny Committee, is going to present the gift to the Wallis and Futuna delegation.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. J'appelle à présent la
I now
délégation
call
de
the
Niue
delegation of Niue
à se lever
to stand up and
et au président
the Speaker
Parlement de Niue
of the Niue
à se
Parliament
rapprocher de Monsieur
to join
Tongsong.
Mr. Tongsong, please.
Monsieur le représentant Ching va remettre un cadeau à la délégation de Niue.
Representative Ching will present a gift to the Niue delegation.
Merci, Maruru. Thank you. J'appelle à présent la
I now
délégation
call
des
the
Samoa
delegation
américaines
of
à se lever
American
et au
Samoa
président
to stand up
du Parlement
and
des Samoa
the
américaines à
Speaker of the
se rapprocher de Monsieur Tongsong.
American Samoa
Monsieur
Parliament
Broderson,
to join,
représentant et député, va
and
remettre un
Mr.
cadeau à la délégation
Tongsong and
des Samoa
Mr.
américaines.
Brotherson, who is a member of Parliament of the French of France, will present a gift to the U.S. Samoa delegation.
Merci, thank you. J'appelle maintenant la délégation de la Nouvelle-Calédonie.
I now call the delegation of New Caledonia
Donc à se lever
to stand up
et
and
je précise que Madame Puhetini,
Mrs.
vice-présidente de
Puhetini, the
l'Assemblée de la
Vice
Polynésie
President
française, va remettre un cadeau à la
of the
délégation.
Assembly of French Polynesia, will be presenting the gift to this delegation.
Merci beaucoup. J'appelle à présent
I
la
now call
délégation de
the
Samoa
delegation
à se
of
lever.
Samoa to stand up, please,
Et donc le président du Parlement
and
samoa
the
se
Speaker
rapprocher
of
pour
the
Monsieur
Samoa
Thompson.
Parliament to join Mr. Thompson.
Madame Frébeau, représentante
Mrs.
à l'Assemblée de la
Frébeau,
Polynésie française, va
a
remettre un cadeau à la
representative
délégation de Samoa.
at the Assembly of French Polynesia, will present a gift to the Samoa delegation.
Merci, thank you Maruru. J'appelle à présent la délégation
I
du
now
Vanuatu
call the delegation from Vanuatu
se lever
to
et à
stand up,
s'approcher.
and the Speaker of the Vanuatu Parliament to join Mr. Tongsong.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Maruru. J'appelle à présent
I
la délégation
now call
de Palau
the Palau delegation to stand up.
Les délégués de Palau,
And delegates from Palau, can you please stand up?
Monsieur le représentant Fongloy, président de la commission des ressources
Representative
marines,
Fongloy
va donner un cadeau à la délégation.
will present a gift to the Palau delegation.
Merci beaucoup, thank you. J'appelle à présent la délégation
I now
de
call
Hawaii
the delegation of Hawaii
à se rapprocher.
to join Mr. Tongson, please.
Merci beaucoup, thank you. Et j'appelle à présent la délégation de l'île de Pâques,
And I call the
Rapa Nui,
delegation of Rapa
à
Nui
se lever
from Easter Islands
et à son
to
représentant
stand up, and its representative
à se rapprocher.
to
Madame la représentante
join
Tahiata va
Mr.
remettre un
Tongson.
cadeau à la délégation.
Our local representative, Mrs. Tahiata, will present the delegation with a gift.
Merci beaucoup. Le président de l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française
Mr.
n'a pas
Tongsong
oublié pour autant
has not
les experts
forgotten
présents dans la
the
salle,
experts
ceux qui nous ont déjà quittés,
now
comme
attending,
Monsieur
or
Thompson,
also those who
Monsieur
have
Nakama,
already left us,
bien
like
évidemment
Mr. Thompson,
Giuliani,
Mr. Giuliani,
Thibault,
Mr. Jabrau,
Monsieur Moari
and Mr.
et
Moari
Monsieur
and Mr.
Williams. Merci
Williams.
à ces différentes
Thank
personnes
you
ressources.
to
Ne vous
these
inquiétez
key.
pas, on ne vous oublie pas.
Thank you,
Mesdames
you
et
keynote
messieurs,
speakers.
je
I
vais à
will
présent
now
donner la parole
leave the
au
floor
président
to
du Parlement de Fidji.
the
Please, sir, if you want to close
the Speaker
our ceremony
of the
with a little prayer.
President of Fiji. If you want to close the ceremony with a prayer, please.
Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, we come before you at this time of the day, when the day thou gave us, Lord, is about to end. We ask you for your blessing. Bless our hosts and hostesses who have looked after us for the last few days that we have been here. They have advised us, administered us, and entertained us so well, and we are indeed grateful. Bless those of us who will be departing these shores, so that we have safe journeys back to our families and a happy renewal with our families. But for all of us, Lord, we ask that you bless all of us and continue to give us the wisdom so that we can continue to discuss the important subjects that we have discussed here about the welfare, the well-being, and the future of this great Pacific Ocean in which we live. We ask all this through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Merci. Thank you. La chorale de
Now we
l'Assemblée de la
have the
Polynésie française,
choir
le personnel de l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française
made
va
of the
maintenant
staff
vous
of
interpréter un
the
chant
Assembly of French Polynesia
de
will now
revoir et de
perform
remercier.
a farewell song and to thank you also. This song is a farewell song saying that We are leaving, you are leaving today, but we will meet in the future. And so we'll have other opportunities to say farewell in the future.
Merci à la chorale de l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française.
Thank you, the choir of the Assembly of French Polynesia.
If you can put the translation device back, because I'm going to speak in French. Sorry about that. Je vais donc
I will now
clôturer en quelque sorte
close in a certain manner this conference by words of housekeeping information. We will now be having lunch at the High Commissioner's residence. You don't have. Please let us gather in the hall, and we will lead us to the High Commissioner's residence, where the lunch will take place in a few moments. When we go back, I ask you to join and gather at the hall of the Assembly. You can either go back to your hotels or visit the marketplace of Papeete. And so for this evening, be ready at 5:30, sorry, in the hall, in the lobbies of your hotels. And we have a cocktail party. For tomorrow morning, if you need some information, please ask to the relevant people at the staff of the French Polynesia. Thank you, Marururo.
N'oubliez pas de laisser vos appareils de traduction sur la table. Don't forget to leave your translation device on your desk. Thank you.